Hi, hello. Welcome. This is gonna be the 5th time, I believe, of me playing this game. We're slowly getting through it. I am towards the end. I've unlocked an enemy on my home screen. And, thank you for the follow while I was getting myself prepared. I totally didn't realize I didn't have my water bottle full, so I had to step away real quick. But let's just dive right back into this. I don't remember exactly where I was at. I do recall from last time, like a week ago, that I needed to remember something, but I can't remember what that something is, so I hope I remember it later. Oh, I was messaged by some people. Let's see. I got my empathy up. I convinced Nem to break up with... Why do I not remember your name? With Base. Because he's a jerk. And now we're dating him. Which I don't think I've done anything for this month. Considering my stress is, like, non-existent. I have none. So. Nem is doing squats in the training yard. 30, 31. Oh, hey, Solana. She jumps up and stretches her legs. Feel like challenging the squat queen. I don't have their voices, or I had voices for them. They're all gone. I don't even remember anymore. We'll work it out. I guess I did hang out with her today already. So we'll just go build up. Ooh, actually, is there stuff to explore? Let's see, explore nearby. All events are there. I haven't really explored nearby a lot lately, honestly. But mostly just survey the ridge. New boss event spawned. We gotta go do that. Immediately gotta go do that. Have to know. Also, I think exploring when my stress is 0 is the perfect time. Clear-minded. I don't know why I'm taking the long way around. I know the boss event is not over here. It's typically way down. Towards the south. Or up here. No, let's do this one. You've been saved a few times from certain doom, or at least discomfort. And it can't have been a coincidence. Something or someone has taken an interest in you. You're being followed. You're beginning to get a feel for this place and its dangers, so the next time you hear the mournful hoot of a passing air squid, you head towards it instead of away, keeping an eye out for anyone watching you from the cliffs. There, just as you think you're going to have to grab its tentacles and fly it away like a kite to get your savior to show up, you see a shadowy human figure appear over a nearby ridge. You make eye contact and both freeze. His almond-shaped eyes widen in his not-quite-human face, and he slips out of sight again. I can't even see a face in this image here. Also, my throat is not appreciating me talking because I haven't talked to anybody yet today. We're going to track him carefully. I'm going to chase after him. We're not stupid. Rather than rush after him, you use your tracking skills to carefully follow his path and sneak up to him. You pounce like a manticore, and the two of you tumble to the ground. You pin his arms. I got an achievement for meeting this guy. Who, or what, meets Sim the gardener? Why is this the first image? Why does it look like this? I tackled this guy. What is this? Fan service. I'm dating him, sir. You get a good look at his face for the first time. The long, delicate features, the odd tone of his skin, almost purple, and his glittering, alien eyes. Before he can answer your questions, you jump off him and back away. Who? What is he? He brushes the dirt from his clothes and stands up tall. Very tall. You have to take another step back to get a good look at him. catch a glimpse of a pale purple wrist under his tattered black sleeves, delicate like bird bones. "I am a gardener," he purrs. Oh, I can't do a purring kind of voice. "And you're trespassing on my planet." "We've met a denizen of the planet." You're an alien. We're the aliens here, right? I know I shouldn't read that yet. Now that you can see him, all of him, you confirm he's definitely not human. Besides the purple tint to his skin, he's also just constructed differently. Human, but not. And taken as a whole, these little discrepancies add up to something that is decidedly alien. If you're an alien, again, we're the aliens. Oh, he points it up. He laughs, a light and infectious chuckle that sounds more animal than human. Humans are animals. Sorry, I'll die on that hill. It goes on for a bit too long. You think he might be poking fun at you. Actually, you're the alien here, if you think about it. You do think about it. He's right. He jumps up onto a large rock and crouches, eyeing you thoughtfully. "Let's make a deal," he says. He speaks with an odd inflection, putting the wrong stress on things, but the words themselves come easily enough to him. "I'm not supposed to talk to you," he says. "It's against the rules. Since you've caught me, I can grant you one wish." He smiles mischievously. "Is this a joke?" "I want to know more about you." He gives you a sly look. "In time, Solana, I hope we..." He pauses and his eyes unfocus for a moment. He stares straight ahead, unblinking. Then he slowly stretches like a cat and stands up. "Well, this has been fun, but I'm afraid duty calls." He doffs an invisible hat towards you. I don't know that word. My name is Symbiosis, by the way, or Sim, if you like. Continuing with the weird names. We'll fit right in. He jumps behind the rock and disappears. Literally, he disappeared. You search all around and can find no trace of where he might have gone, or how. Stars, you just met an alien. Nice. I met Sim, and got an achievement for meeting Sim. Oh, wait a second. Does that mean Sim is a romanceable guy? Yep, looks like it. Also, does that mean I have to come out here every time I want to hang out with Sim? Not that that's my playthrough of this one, never mind. Hey, Sim! Literally just met you a bit ago. You're walking up a trail when you're caught by surprise. It's Sim, and he's running? You're knocked to the side as he pushes past you, running in the opposite direction with barely a glance. You shout and chase after him, but after a few seconds it becomes clear you don't have a hope of finding Sim when he doesn't want to be found. You turn and continue along the path, and around the next bend you spot a familiar face. Utopia. She's collecting rock samples with a pickaxe like an old-timey prospector. "Who the heck was that?" she demands. The options: who, or my friend, or I can be perfect. That makes sense. Who? Oh, I'm being real rebellious. I didn't mean that was going to be a rebellious option. Utopia squints at you. "A man who just ran past? A tall guy, dressed in black? How'd you not see him?" She hikes her pickaxe off her shoulder. "Whatever. Just watch where you're running, okay? The gravel's loose around here, and maybe check in with Doc Instant to get your eyes looked at." I have the best perception out of everybody. Like, I have gone over this 100 perception so much. I just simply wanted to say who. You agree, happy to be out of this conversation without any trouble, and continue on along the path before Utopia asks any more questions. You walk for a couple minutes before you see Sim again. He seems to be in good humor, despite the close call. "Oh," he says, leaning against a tree, "it is tiresome to be so secretive." He wipes his eyes brimming with mirth. "It is such a pleasure to be around you and Dis. I do not have to hide myself." He sobers quickly. "I do appreciate your discretion," he says. "It's not the right time for the gardeners to be formally introduced. To do so too early would cause a great degree of chaos. Yes, even the female surveyor," he continues. "I do like her, but I have learned from my limited experience with your kind that adults of your species do not react well to surprises. So he does appreciate that I did not just straight up say who he was. It's good that you're here, though, Sim continues, as I do need something from you. Data. What? Sim holds up his hand. Please do not be alarmed, he says placatedly. I do not mean sensitive information, such as personnel and defenses. I mean only the contents of your digital cultural archive. Like all of it? Sim smiles. Yes, exactly. Your holographic recordings of movies, musics, books, cultural artifacts only, I promise. Why? Well, Sim says, isn't it obvious? I wish to know more about your kind. Wish to learn how to... He struggles for the right phrasing. Wish to learn how to act in such a way that is not so discomforting to humans. I mean, I feel like he's gonna get this information one way or another. From me or Dis. So I might as well. I might as well just agree. Sim's gentle smile grows warmer. Truly? He asks, clapping his hands. Oh, I thought it would take a great deal more convincing. You are surprising. It's such a pleasure. You tell Sim that you can likely find a mem drive in engineering and fill it with the data he wants. And the fact that I can immediately already flirt with him does in fact add additional confirmation that he is a romanceable character. But this late into the game? But I have a few questions of my own. Because that's how this works. That's fair, Sim says. Must be frustrating to feel as though the truth is being withheld from you. Ignorance is not a yoke your kind bears easily. Please trust me when I say that my inability to answer your questions is born of circumstances beyond my control, and not a lack of desire on my part, he continues. I have full faith that you will know everything soon enough. Thanks, Sim. Thanks. I'm gonna do this favor for you. You can't even answer my questions. I understand if it's beyond your circumstances, but still kind of rude. Just a little bit rude. I don't know if I can do this other one at the end. Because I did it before. And I don't know if it's reset yet. Oh, it has. Nice. You're back at the wormhole observatory with Dis. Just to poke around. Who knows what you might find. Explore at random. You bravely try all the elevators. Some are broken. One gets stuck for an hour and you think you're gonna die in there. Then it chugs to life. Then you find the orrery. It's a beautiful room under one of the smaller pyramids. The light from your holopalm glimmers off the crystals in rainbow colors, dotting the walls and ceiling in familiar constellations. There's one huge crystal plate embedded in the wall, engraved with deep glyphs. Convergent domain writing, you guess, and some kind of map? In the center, it is clearly a representation of the wormhole. Lines extend from the wormhole to other points on the map, and many more glyphs you can't read. The crystal is cut up into shards like it could move around, but it's still and dark, and probably has been for thousands of years. You run your hands around the panel, looking for a way to turn it on. Your hands encounter a slot. Upon further inspection, it seems to match one of the artifacts you've picked up in your surveying. You slot the glowing pick device into the slot. The crystal panes on the wall come to life, the glyphs on them glowing. They start to move in an unnervingly organic way, like melting into water and sliding over the surface, rearranging themselves. It's not just writing. The very surface of the panel rises and lowers, like a braille. The glyphs pulse and glow the same swirly purple-pink as the glowing device, which you realize must be a power source, a convergent domain battery. It's like an orrery from the wormhole. This must be one of the best preserved bits of convergent domain technology you found yet, and an excellent sample of their writing. Plus one engineering. You're starting to piece together the glyphs of the Converger's language. You can recognize the symbol for Vertumna, the wormhole, and the Converger, and basic verbs like being and going. and one that seems to mean bending or twisting that is used all over the place. It starts to get easier. You think of your brief connection to the array must have left some of the converger's language in your subconscious. I gained engineering and more kudos that I clearly don't spend. It's all so much to take in, and it's getting late. Better bring all your recordings back and let Congruence and the rest of the archaeology team crunch away at it for a bit. They'll be thrilled. And I don't know how many more things I have to explore, but we're just going to start backtracking and hitting all the question marks. Because that's the best way to do this. Because I've still got so much stress I could expend on everything. So, question mark! The path ahead is blocked by a field of snaky vines and brambles. They're flowering, enormous happy blossoms swaying in the shimmering heat waves. You can push through them, but your hollow palm beeps a warning. A radiation warning. These flowers seem to be highly radioactive. Far too radioactive for the mild shielding your suit provides. Luckily, you analyzed these radioactive plants and know how to pass through them safely. Well, if I know that, then let me just do the logical solution and not beat in and try to push past it. Good thing you studied this plant earlier and know its wily ways. You tickle it just so, and the radioactive flowers close. Push your way through the other side, unharmed. Those are the same flowers that I pushed through before, and hurt myself. But I collected a flower sample and studied it. So, I didn't realize it was the same flowers. To be fair, I also haven't played this in like a week. I was like, there's Sim again, but that's where I saw him earlier, so. A beautiful little locust lands on your arm. It calmly washes its face with its forearms and vibrates its wings like it's cooling off. Aw, the poor little guy is all alone. Befriend it. We will take any chances to befriend things. Why wouldn't we? Give me all of these threes. Gorgeous. We're already 20. We're doing great. I don't know what I want to do now. +1, 2, and from other cards. I don't have enough threes for I feel like this to be worth it. Oh, that's unplayed cards. I was like, hold on a second, we don't want that. +2. The only reason that this is a 3 is because of the other thing, so kind of. This one's really throwing off the groove. Good enough. Good enough. Now we only need 25. 8, 8, 7. That's the exact amount, but I don't care about getting kudos. I just care about climbing the numbers. I always try to get the super goal, honestly. That's what I try to do. Super goal! Because why not, right? Like, I could totally build up perception even more than it already is, let's be honest. You look it up on your hollow palm. It's a mask wing, named because when it's frightened, it opens its wings all the way and flips them forward, making it look like a grimacing manticore. Scary. But even scarier is how much they can eat. They usually eat leafy plant matter, but they're not above eating fabric, wood, hair, or even skin. They swarm in dust and in hot places, like the ridges. +2 animals, which also can't go up. You see something out of the corner of your eye and look up from your new friend. Oh. In the distance, you see a haze above the ground. It's locusts, each one bigger than your fist. These insectoids can eat their weight in under an hour. There are millions of them out there, and they'll be here soon. Your buddy takes off to join its friends, and you gotta go. You make it to your glider in time, thankfully. You come back to this place later in the week, but foliage had been there, is now stripped bare. The only things still standing are the crystals, glinting in the sunlight. Not really my buddy, I guess, if he was gonna try to eat me. Well, I say eat me. I don't know if they actually eat people, but they eat skin. So. Let's turn me back a little bit more. There we go. You haven't been down to the deepest crevices of the ridges, You haven't been down into the deepest crevices of the ridges, where the crystals grow thick and the air is stagnant and dead. It's already sweltering on the ridges. From the chasms, you can see the heat warping the air, almost like it's a permanent fog. Utopia says the air is so thick and still that you can't even use your glider down there. At least one thing survives in the haze, though. While you take a break for lunch one day, you can see the flickers of silver dart in and out of the fog, like ripples of light on a lake. As you unpack your tiffin box, the silver flashes come up out of the fog and begin to surround you. They're animals, eyeless, almost translucent creatures about the length of your arm, trailing meters long tentacles behind them. Their mournful hooting is magical and strange. You look up at your holopalm. Oh, air squid babies. Wait, air squids are predators. As I was reading that second half, I realized that I've already read that before, and I probably didn't need to read it again, but I already had, so... What is this chaos? Is there not a good way to... I don't know. +1 on skill challenges. Let's just toss these. I don't know how I want to do this. Let's just use this regular 5, I guess. It's 18. The thing is, it would honestly be best if I did this 5, I think. Which is kind of sad, but oh well. +2 during challenges means that you'd be good for that. Good 28. Only gotta get an 18. That's nice. I really don't need that one. It's really not that great. Just toss all the 3s out here. And then if this doesn't give me the one I want, boom. Actually, hold on. Scooch these over so that these 2 are 6s. This is still not the best one. This is a perception. Why do I care about trying to get the super goal? Let's just end that. Right there, we're good. We're good. I don't need the super goal. You duck behind some roots and keep perfectly still as the creepy creatures float around and past you. They don't seem to be hunting for food. They must be on their way somewhere. Air squid adults are solitary hunters, but these juveniles form large groups and move together fluidly like schools of fish. Once they're a safe distance away, you take some notes on their social behavior. The oddest thing is how many there are. Hundreds of the things. But mature air squids are very rare creatures, more often heard than seen. Must be tough life if so few of them reach adulthood. That's probably why they have so many as well. So many children. To try to help with, their survival rates. Every so often, you see absolutely massive creatures here, like giant snake dragons, with thousands of legs and shimmering scales. They're so large that if one crosses your path, you're in for a wait. Which thousands of legs just makes me think of like centipedes. Like a really large alien centipede. Less dragon, more centipede. Which is exactly what you're doing. The gargantuan dragon has been slowly lumbering over this ridge for at least half an hour, its body disappearing into the heat haze of the chasms on both sides. Its feet slowly undulate across the cracked soil, making shushing noises and scattering boulders in its wake. We'll climb onto its back, why not? The creature is moving more than slowly enough for you to climb up, using its large, soft spikes as handholds. It's going to take hours to get anywhere interesting, but from up on its back you can see further. Also, there are other creatures up here. You climbed up right next to a cluster of dwarf moth, heads tucked under their wings like they're sleeping. And in the other direction, there's even a bush bub. Or rather, it looks like a pile of rocks and some twigs. I'd hassle the dwarf moth. Why would I do that? I'll just climb down the other side. Easily done. You're free and clear. On to the other side of the commuter train creature. I did try sitting waiting to see if we went somewhere at one point. And I had to get off because he was going down into the heat haze. So I just was climb over. You're treated a spectacular sight. An enormously long caterpillar dragon kind of creature way off in the distance. It's thousands of legs and kilometer of shimmering bodies snaking in and out of the haze at the bottom of the chasm. You just watch it. It's terrifying. It's like a train. Take some readings, even though I'm pretty sure I already did. It's so far away, but you record its movement coordinates and take a video for Utopia. Again, She's gonna have so many of these. I encounter this thing all the time. That's what's funny about the random ones, is that it doesn't really take into consideration the other ones that you may have already encountered. We're getting kind of low on available stress, though, so I don't know if I'll be able to completely clear all the question marks. But we can at least clear a little more. And by that I mean 3 more, unless something happens to increase my stress during the event. The flies here are awful. They come out in the heat of the day and buzz around you incessantly. They don't bite, but they seem to want something from you. Maybe the water or salt from your sweat. You hope they aren't laying eggs. Dis calls the most annoying ones rod flies, because they're like long, flexible sticks with a bunch of wings. They swarm in clouds around your face, no matter how hard you try to shoo them away. He says they remind him of Mars. But there are other ones too, like the one that's just a big eyeball with a couple pairs of tiny wings. They make a loud buzzing sound, and they're always just out of reach when you try to swat them away. Today, your personal nemesis is one of these eye flies. There was a whole bunch of them earlier, but only one has persisted. It's been following you, staring at you all morning. You and Dis have been batting at it for an hour, but it's a fast dodger. Dis has finally given up and just plods forward. It even lands on his head, but he doesn't care. Be still and let it be. I'm gonna swat it. If it's been bothering me for an hour, and I'm over it. I'll be like this, just giving up. Nah, you best leave me alone. Freaky eye looking thing. I don't like eyes. In that sense, like I think that's creepy. Things like that are no. Eye horror, no. Things like that, no. Gross. Can't do it. Sorry. I want this here. Let's just do it that way. All these 2s, and why not toss a 4? I'll have to get so much during this one. Ooh. Non-enemy's loyalty 10 is so nice. I love that one. It's so great. Okay, if we do this, that's a good 57. If I do this, that's 56. Might as well just do the 57. If I only had a 9, I could have had an even bigger one. But the super goal was 50, not that it matters, because I can't get more perception anyways. So the eye fly is like the size of a human eyeball. Gross. And made of concentric rings of rainbow hues. Black, yellow, green, blue, and purple. I didn't know black was a part of the rainbow. I mean, all the colors combined make that, but I mean, to each their own of their rainbow. This is a neat rainbow. You find yourself staring right back at it. You wonder if the rings have something to do with light refraction. You let it land on your arm. Then you strike. Haha, got it. Squashed. The one with the screen shook. I was just like, I got that. 10 minutes later, there's a new fly following you. That's pretty rude. You just watched me murder this one. Well, maybe not if it was 10 minutes ago. But that was funny. I knew that at the moment I was like, I let it land on my arm. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna squash it on my arm. Because why not, right? Can I click it? Thank you. Okay. Let's see. There is a strange heat haze shimmer across the path ahead. Oddly, it doesn't clear up as you get closer. The mirage effect is very strong. The reflected air makes it look like there's a pool of water on the ground and plants waving around it. But something is just off with the illusion. You can't put your finger on why. I've encountered this illusion before. It's like a different time, I guess, and I'll like see myself in it, which is neat. Card becomes 3. That's useful to know. Because if that's how we're going to play it, we're going to just go ahead and put a 1 there in a spot that's destined to become a 3 regardless. And we'll do a 2 and a 4. Get a nice whopping 25 out the gate. That's guaranteed to become a 3. We'll just keep putting the 1s in that spot. Because of 1 being turned into a 3 is nice. Though I could do this. Man, I don't really know. I'd love to put a 4 there, but the gems are also just like super nice. It's 24. This is actually better because it's the 26. Whew. Give me that. +9 -9. Well, if it's gonna become I get rid of my 1. We'll just put the 3 that's already a 3 there, you know? If it's gonna become a 3 anyways. Let's just put it there. That's definitely gonna get lower, so maybe we just put that one there. For each card with a gem. Ooh, 34. I wonder if I just put gem cards here. And then there's that big old bonus right there. Doesn't really matter, I guess. I got the super goal either way, so let's go for it. The faster you move, the faster the mirage disperses. You approach cautiously. As you do, you realize what is wrong about the mirage. It's impossible. The planets on the other side of the haze are different. Not just wibbly-wobbly from the layers of air, but smaller, younger. And it's morning there, not evening. This feels familiar. Then you see her. It's you. You're yelling, "Hey you," and waving your arms, jumping up and down. I'm sorry, that's so funny. This is the other side of it. This is the other side of it. This is when I chose to yell it. I hate me. This is nuts. That was weird. +6 on the left card. The mirage breaks up and fades away before you can do anything but stare. That was really you. From before. Weird. Oh, that's great. I didn't realize I was gonna have the other side of that encounter. I love that, though. You're trudging along when suddenly you're buffeted by a hot wind. Like a very hot wind. Lethally hot. The ridges are already baking, but all of a sudden it feels like you're trapped in a nuclear reactor. Your skin dries out and your lips begin to crack. Your eyeballs feel like sandpaper. Stop, please, describing eyeballs. Ugh. We're going to find the source. You take careful readings from a distance, triangulate them, and discover the source of the wind. A red, sports ball-sized crystal emanator, hidden in a small crevice. When you smash it, it doesn't shatter like crystal. It almost looks as if it could have been organic. Was it some kind of defensive barrier? Yet another weird mystery of these ridges. Why would I just break the thing? What is wrong with me? You're too worn out and tired to continue. You have to go home now. Yada yada yada. Spent the month exploring. Can't increase my perception any, but I can increase my engineering, which is slowly but steadily getting up to the first thing. Late wet. All I can do is relax. But hold on, I'm pretty sure I got all my pets to the 3s, so it doesn't really matter what I do to relax, just as long as I relax. Okay, I can't hang out with her yet. Where do I want to relax? On the walls. We can hang out with this more. I like hanging out with this. You and Dis have the kind of conversations that are impossible to describe afterwards. You talk about everything and nothing. What you think you'll be doing in 10 years, what are the best and worst parts about being alive? Is human nature fixed, or is it a product of society? Are emotions necessary for survival, or do they just get in the way? Dis has some surprising opinions. You find yourself enjoying talking to him, even if it is a little intense. And see what I think I'll be doing in 10 years? Who knows? That's 10 years from now. Best and worst parts about being alive? Being alive. Both ways. That's the answer. Is human nature fixed, or is it a product of society? I would like to say product of society, but history repeats itself endlessly. No matter which part of the world you're in, it can be boiled down to some pretty basic repeating things that we never really seem to learn from. So I'd say human nature is fixed, and is like the add-ons are from society, if you want to think about it that way. The extra things we do, but our nature, our boiled down basic nature is fixed. Are emotions necessary for survival, or do they just get in the way? both, I guess. Yes and no is the best way for me to personally answer that. Because while emotions are important, you can't let them control every aspect of your life. But being completely apathetic may get you in situations that aren't particularly great either. Now, basic life or death stuff, yeah, probably best to not let your emotions get in the way of that. So, basic survival, probably emotions are not necessary. But we're beyond that point of basic survival. Maybe not in the game, but as a species, that it's more complicated than just your bare bone basics of I need to eat, I need to find shelter, I need to stay warm. You know, there's the social degree of survival that needs emotions. Let's see. We can forget hiding in the fridge. That's fine. Or creature, whatever. I think it's scratch. Late, wet. Nope, it's glow now. I remember it. It's glow. Glow is the time I needed to do something. I love that she still stands next to Vase, even though I broke them up. I needed to go out here. I needed to go out. Glow is no time to be exploring. It's far too dangerous. The gates are closed, and survey expeditions halted until the light returns in a few weeks. Good thing you happen to know another way out. Though I feel like I'm probably way too big for that. All events have respawned, that's fine. I'm not out there for this. I need to go find a specific spot. Right here. Boom. Beautiful. No one is allowed outside the colony during glow. So if you stay out of the lookout sights, there will be nobody to catch you. It also means that you're alone out here. If you get into trouble, it's going to be big trouble. You hope you know what you're doing. I'm a real beefy person, alright? I'm almost max toughness, almost max combat. My animals and perception are through the roof. I literally have been over max for a hot second. For animals and a hot minute of perception. The familiar is unfamiliar during glow. The sky is dark except for the eerie light of the wormhole, seeming so much closer than it usually is, and the gloom makes the shadows deeper and more mysterious. It's so hauntingly quiet that you can even hear the movement of animals, the beat of soft wings, and a woof of something large in the distance. Not that I can laugh at it. Or say, what is that? What's that curious sound? It's just a dorp's moth taking flight. Its usually dull plumage is an iridescent rainbow glowing warmly in the dark glow. It slowly glides through the mushroom trees. You've been taught to be terrified of glow season since you landed here. That there were monsters out here circling the colony and attacking anything they saw. But it's so much more serene than you were expecting. Maybe they were wrong. We're lying to you. Potentially. I suppose. Can I get down there? Sim is down there. I gotta get down there. I gotta talk to this dude. This is a manticore, right? It's creepy looking. And not normal manticores, of course. Human manticores are not the thing. There's so many of them. There's so many crystals, too. I'm loving it. Actually, I think that's all that's out here during the glow. Man, it's so pretty. Hold on, Sim. Let me get that. Shadows upon shadows move against each other and glow, wavering under the glooming of the mush trees like ghosts. The forest is still a creature. The forest is as still as a creature breathing its last breath. You don't see Sim until you're practically on top of him. Hi, Sugarbug. He laughs, holding you by the shoulders. Miss me? You nearly didn't there. Wow, Sim. Already making jokes. Sim smiles. Of course you did. You're practically made for this place. Sim starts walking through the forest, his footsteps finding the path with ease. This is my favorite time of year, you know, he says. I get the sense that you humans are afraid of it. Well, things do tend to attack us during this season. That's true, Sim replies, tilting his head with a funny expression. Those attacks are not natural, as you may have guessed. Glow isn't dangerous at all. It's lovely. He smiles. Glow is a time of healing, actually. A time for the creatures of this planet to go dormant and reflect on themselves, and to strengthen connections with other life forms. Of course, the planet repels you, he adds, raising his hand to stir a cloud of glowing spores drifting over your heads. You don't connect. You're like a burr lodged against its skin. Sim continues walking. I'm sure you have some questions for me, as usual, he says, his voice wry. What's up with the wormhole? Sim laughs. Just like that, you'd like me to unravel the mysteries of the universe for you? Suffice it to say, I don't think you could fully understand it, even if I explained everything I know. He looks up at the wormhole with a thoughtful expression. Truthfully, the wormhole is older than even this planet, he murmurs. It operates on a level of space and time that are beyond even my comprehension. The universe is impossibly vast and unknowable. I'm sure you've already noticed that it's related to your foresight, yes? He asks and you nod. Your dreams, if that's what they are, always seem to get worse in wet and glow when the wormhole is close to the planet. Many individuals, such as yourself, are sensitive to a wormhole's effect of time and space, fluctuations and eddies in the normal linear flow of reality. Think of it like an echo, only not your own. Think of it as if a version of yourself stood in this spot and shouted, then moved forward in time before hearing her own voice return. You can hear those echoes, choices that person made and events she experienced that may not come to pass for yourself. So I can change the future? Sim tilts his head. Yes, but forgive me for being glib, but that's not what makes you special. All living things can change the future, simply by existing, he says. You see glimpses of what might happen as you do. Sim stops walking and smiles politely. Well, that is enough for now. The trees have ears, you know. Thanks, Sim, for also telling me the trees have ears and the things are listening to me. You climb up to a plateau ringed with gnarled wood trees. The view is fantastic. You can see the entire valley on this side of the colony from here. You have a curious sense of remembering this place. Not from your dreams, but no, from a vision in your head. A vision you had deep under a strange pyramid. Something important will happen here, but not yet. Was I not supposed to do it in the first glow? This is where I needed to go, though. Let's take some photographs, I guess. Alright, creativity. It's just so beautiful out here. Too bad you can't share these without raising suspicions. Nobody is allowed outside the colony during glow. Nobody. If you're hurt, and Utopia and the others had to come rescue you and got hurt themselves, well, there are good reasons to not make anyone worry. You'll just have to treasure the memory of this beautiful place. Let's keep exploring. Well, I suppose I probably could have taken samples. That probably would have been more on par with what I normally do instead of pictures. But I wanted pictures. I mean, do you see how pretty this place is? And I probably should be doing these question marks too, but did I miss that one? But I don't really want to. Did I circle back around? How do I get out? You pushed the colony gates. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to figure out how to get around. It's so much harder to do this during glow. Also, I didn't really explore right outside the colony after the point of the Helios crashing. I think I only came out here once. There it is. There's the path. Rocky and probably more tumultuous than anything. Okay, well, I guess we'll just start. We'll start doing some exploring. Especially because we're out here during glow. This area is dotted with huge circles of glowing mushrooms, each one nearly a meter in diameter. The bare grass in the center of the circles looks remarkably lush. I'm sorry. Definitely not stepping into one of them. I'm not gonna have some alien fey creature snatch me up. Also, I need to drink some water real quick. Hold on. my silliness here. I don't have the option to clear chat. I will take a closer look, but I'm not going to step into one. I don't know that was weird. You crouch down to analyze the mushrooms. It's a species you don't recognize, but your holopalm reports that they live most of the year underground and only pop up during glow season. This close, you notice that the entire area inside the circle is sunken, and the grass has been flattened, almost like a footprint. But what would be big enough to make this? The creatures that have been attacking us? Probably. You decide to not wait around to find out. Probably for the best. But no, probably the really big, like, faceless creatures. If I had to guess. You come to a dense part of the path where the gnarlwood surrounds you and blocks out the sky and the wormhole above. Long threads that look like hair are hanging down from the trees. Strange. You've never seen this during the rest of the year. You'll have to go through these. Take a closer look. The strands are sticky, like a spider's web. So sticky and thick, in fact, that you would be caught if you tried to push your way through. Cut my way through. Your skill with a plas cutter comes in handy, as you're able to cut a Solana-sized hole through the sticky hairs without accidentally getting them all over yourself. Seriously, this stuff is like super glue, and the strands are extremely tough. You get a small piece on your pants and are pretty sure it's never coming off. Not if we're comparing it to super glue. That's gonna be on there forever. You're amazed how peaceful it is out here. It's not what you expected. You stay out of sight of the watchtowers and slip between the mush trees. It's eerily silent, as if the forest is holding its breath in anticipation. It really is pretty out here, with all the plants and animals glowing, especially the wormhole filling the sky above you. I could gaze up at the wormhole and get timey-wimey wormhole stuff. It's so funny. Neighbors become wild. Value is wild. I'd admire the flora in detail. It's all too beautiful. -1 stress. Watch where you're walking. Oh, that's the lowest thing of perception. I probably should watch where I'm walking. That makes it seem that way. I honestly kind of want to gaze up at the wormhole. Timey-wimey wormhole stuff seems really silly. They gave me more stress. Probably because I wasn't paying attention to where I was walking. That's fair, I guess. You crane your head up to look at the wormhole. It's so big you begin to feel dizzy and end up stumbling over a bit of gnarled root. Ouch. As you're lying on your back in pain, you're still transfixed by the wormhole. It's dark against a dark sky, but as it moves, it shimmers with a million colors, churning in slow, fluid motion around the perfectly black hole in the center. Wow. Now you can't see it. You've been told the wormhole high above is shining with ultraviolet light. It's invisible to the human eye, but absorbed and re-emitted as visual light by the flora and fauna around you. Your holopalm calls it a black light. It says that people on Earth used to use similar, much more concentrated light as decoration. Even your clothing glows faintly. This doesn't seem really faint on my end, but that's fine. I really don't want to click on the manticore options right now, because I don't want to encounter beasts that are trying to repel me. But at the same time, I'd be a coward not to. You're crossing a section of wilderness here where the plants don't throw off as much luminescence as other parts. It's oppressively dark here. You use your holopalm as a flashlight, focusing the light as a beam to slowly make your way through the cloying undergrowth. The beam of your holopalm sweeps over a familiar form, a manticore. Your heart skips a beat at encountering this fearsome beast in the dark. That's what they look like up close. Why are they so goopy looking? This manticore isn't the deadly killer of the colony's cautionary tales. Actually, it looks terrified. It backs up against a tree, cowering, its eyes rolling in panic. The first option I have is boo. Keep your light on it, go back and leave it alone. Maybe would be the best. Boo is really funny, but I'm not. I shouldn't do it. I know I shouldn't. But boo is such a funny option. And as much as I want to just go back and leave it alone, I am trying to experience some of the things. So maybe we keep our light on it. You're too scared to move your light away, convinced it will pounce under the cover of darkness. So you try to hold your light steady, but you're shaking. So is the manticore. Then you realize it isn't even looking at you. It's staring into the forest to your right. You slowly grasp the manticore isn't scared of you. It's scared of something else. It suddenly screeches in fear and bolts off to the left. More stress. You hear something absolutely enormous moving in the trees off to the right, where the manticore was staring. It's a deep, grinding sound, like ancient trees rubbing together in the wind. Except there's no wind. You turn off your flashlight and hold your breath. Listen, baby. You hear a single loud thump, then stillness again. You wait a full 20 minutes in complete silence. Gradually, the insect chirps and other noises of the forest return, and the glow bugs drift lazily back into the air. You hadn't even realized they were missing, as if the entire jungle was holding its breath too. Whatever it was seems to have moved on. I also didn't realize that it was kind of dim, and I just watched all the lights around me get brighter. So, maybe I should do the other manticore one. Just to see what happens. I know I probably should do that, but I have to put an entire glow to see these things again. So, well, there's only two more. Might as well just do this one and then do the other one, if I can. You come across a strange glowing river in the sky, floating just over the mushroom-capped treetops. It reminds you of old Earth vids about the Milky Way or the Northern Lights. It undulates away to the left and right, a river of luminous mist. Beneath it, a curtain of tiny glowing particles slowly rains down into the forest below. Follow it. It seems to be denser to the left and flowing slowly to the right, so you decide to head left towards what must be the source. You stray from the path. The ground is hard to traverse in the dim phosphorescence. The river gets denser and starts to shimmer a little, like the spore clouds you see sometimes in pollen. You're careful not to get too close to the particles raining down from it. The mist seems to be coming from something near the ground, somewhere ahead. It's something big. Something big and moving. The strange river of light is flowing from something on the next plateau. It's heading east and trailing this glowing dust. Some kind of spore, maybe, behind it. You could go down into the ravine here and try to keep following it, or safely cross under the eerie stream and continue where you were heading before. I'm gonna keep going. And that gave me stress. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back home. After a harrowing trip through the muddy ravine, you make it up to the next plateau, only to find the Sky River has dissipated. You can't find any sign of what made it. Oh well. I didn't get to do the manticore one, but it's okay. I got one bravery though, which is good because I do need to build that up. You're just putting your boots on to grab dinner in the lounge when you hear the colony's sirens begin to wail. It's the yearly attack. They couldn't have waited until you ate dinner? Rude. Outside your window, you watch the colony defense begin to mobilize. Your holophone chimes with the usual reminders for all civilian colonists to stay indoors. When have I done that ever? Ever. You head to the garrison to grab a plas rifle, then report to the front. Chief Rhett looks surprised to see you, but assigns you to a squad with Nem and tells you to get up on the walls and do your best. On the other side of the walls is more Xenos than you've seen in one place ever. They seethe out of the forest, large and small, herbivorous and predatory, fungal and otherwise, flying and crawling and hopping towards the colony with a single-minded determination. The air fills with the poof-poof of laser turrets and the crackle of plas rifles. The enemy's front line collapses, only to be replaced by even more Xenos. Just as many as before, if not more. That's what even more Xenos means? There's no end to it. The firebreak turns into a graveyard of dead and dying alien bodies. Wave after wave crawling over the corpses until they roil at the base of the walls, like the foam on a wave when it hits the shore. You hear the walls creaking underneath you, but they hold strong. Ah, yes, because I can be even more stressed than I already am. There is no sun to set and glow, but night falls on the battlefield without any break in the fighting. Your fingers begin to cramp from pulling the trigger of your plas rifle. Finally, you're relieved by the second guard shift. You walk straight into the garrison and right into a dreamless sleep. You're awoken 6 hours later for your next shift. The kitchens have provided the soldiers with pressed soy rations and hot blip tea. When you grab them to make your way back to make your way back to the walls to survey the carnage of the night. As you arrive, your holopom lights up with a priority message. Security personnel, we are under siege. The security chief says, getting right to the point. On Earth, sieges were used to break a city by starvation or drought. We have plenty of food or water. Guards will rotate 6 hours on, 6 off. So long as you keep the Xenos on the other side of the wall, we can hold them off for days, weeks even. Weeks? Everyone exchanges exhausted looks. He pauses and adds, we can do this, we're stronger than them, and we're not going anywhere. You and the other soldiers fall into a fitful rhythm, alternating shifts on the wall with brief snippets of sleep. Gunfire becomes the soundtrack of your days, which begin to smear together like paste. Nem, in particular, is suffering. She volunteers for relief shifts, sometimes pulling doubles or triples on the wall. You catch her mechanically shoveling soy porridge into her mouth before seeming to fall asleep sitting up. A minute later, she jolts awake as someone's spoon clatters against their bowl. Tempers grow short as fatigue sets in. 6 days pass. This is the longest assault we've had so far. I mean, he did say we're under siege. But dang. 6 days. You're on shift, watching the Xenos batter themselves against the wall. You feel your eyes unfocus at the sheer formless horde of them. In all these days, they still haven't breached the colony. Sometimes they even seem to retreat, ebbing backwards and reforming somewhere else. It's behavior you've never seen before. A group of monsters break from the tree lines. Nothing new, except for one of them. One of the Xenos looks different from the others, almost humanoid. This is one of the actual denizens, like humanoid denizens of the planet. What is that thing? The creature looks suspiciously like a person, at least from the waist up. Down below, it's a lumbering chimera vaguely reminiscent of a faceless. Yeah, I can see that. Wrapped in tattered bits of flesh and bony protrusions. Something like hair flutters behind it as it turns and looks right at you with an unnerving, malevolent intelligence. You rub your eyes. Yeah, it's still there. It approaches to the base of the wall, and other monsters surge forward on to pound against the gates. I don't think talking to it would help. But man, it is real reminiscent of the faceless, like this maw it has on its neck or whatever. I realize I don't know if my mouse is captured. Honestly, I feel like I'd be so tired that I would just shoot at it. Why not? You wave to it and the creature sneers at you. To your surprise, approaches the wall. A little weed, they, addresses you in a halting, raspy voice. Little weed. I can't do a raspy voice. My throat already hurts. Everything seems to go quiet nearby as you strain to understand this talking horror. Children of breeding rabbits. Feral pig. Kazoo. That's probably an insult. Its unnervingly human gaze pierces you. Introduced species. You understand? You wonder if you're hallucinating. Is it holding a gun? It sure looks like a gun. You slowly nod yes. You understand the words, at least. I am noctilescent, the monster says through a voice box that seems better suited to guttural roars than human language. My bad. Doing this wrong, too. A gardener. Designation pest control. I perform my task. Unlike gardener symbiosis. Sim. Yes, now that they're standing still, you can see the seeds of Sim's slightly inhuman features staring back at you. Their hair is a bit like Sim's as well, as if it's actually alive somehow, waving in a wind that isn't there. All of my things. What do you want? Who are you talking to? You jump as Nim sneaks up behind you, and when you look back, Noctilescent is gone. Delusions. That's funny. Delusions. Nobody. You shake your head and mumble something about needing sleep. You promised Sim you wouldn't talk about the gardeners. She nods and pats your shoulder. The siege is getting to everyone, Solana. It's okay. Finally, after the 6th day of the siege, you look down the sights of your plasma rifle and see a curious thing. The monsters are retreating. As you gather with the other soldiers in the colony square, your holopalm lights up with a priority announcement from Governor Lum. I definitely need water before I try to do his voice. The alien attackers have been defeated, he says. The siege has ended. Lum smiles broadly and puffs out his chest. Another year, another win. You're welcome, Vertumna. You're welcome, humanity. Were you out there fighting? Because I don't think there was a mention of you on those walls. You're welcome, you hear, and see Chief Rat nearby looking livid. What did he do? He rants to his security officers. Race out there like an idiot with his honor guard, defend strategically unsound positions, put himself in danger so he had to save his overstuffed butt. The soldiers all shift uncomfortably, but no one disagrees. And when I actually needed him, Brett continues, taking his 12-hour beauty rest while the rest of us slogged through endless shifts. The soldiers are exhausted from the siege, so the crowd in the square disperses quickly. Only a few Helios remain, covertly filming Rhett while he continues to rail against Lum. Of course they would. On the horizon, the first rays of quiet streak through the sky with lavender. You watch Utopia's reclamation crew head out through the gates and begin vaporizing xenocorpses for their component molecules. That night, you have terrible dreams. You imagine that you're sieging the colony, that you're a creature crawling in the mud on your belly, the ooze crackle of Plaz's rifle fire arcing overhead. With your taloned claws, you rip into the walls like they're made of clay, stuffing, choking handfuls of it into your mouth. In a moment of lucidity, you try to pull the clay from your throat, but no matter how hard you pull, it just never ends. You jolt awake when you realize you've been pulling your own guts out of your throat. Just a dream. You're shaking and coated in a film of terror sweat, your heart pounding. You don't find sleep again before dawn break. Ugh, that was descriptive for sure. Pulling my own guts out. We're finally starting age 18. We're slowly getting there. Look, I got a whole 2 hearts with Nim. Or Sim. I got no heart increase with Nem. I'm dating Nem. Well, it's full hearts. I can't increase my hearts with her. So. Let's go talk to my girl Nem. She's no longer standing next to base. Oh, I still can't. She doesn't have anything to do. Nem is watching some of the other soldiers practicing their hand-to-hand combat. Man, she says, I hope we never actually have to do that. Seems like a bad idea. Honestly, yeah, that does seem like a bad idea. There's a stick over here. I want it to give it to me. And then I need to go rest. We're gonna go rest on the walls. As if I didn't just spend all of glow in the walls. It's fine. Very relaxing on the walls. Nothing can ruin my wall relaxing experience, alright? The view from on top of the towers is stunning. In almost every direction, you see the untouched beauty of Vertumnus spill out before you. Well, except for where they cut down a bunch of mush trees and where the expedition vehicles have turned up the dirt, and where the drainage system has made a big muddy pile, and where we've ruined everything. We could probably get rid of this 3. Hooked on your hollow bomb. You roll out of bed at noon, because you're allowed to, because it's your birthday, but also because you're exhausted. You barely slept at all last night. You've been having these nightmares since the siege, more and more every night, like they're trying to tell you something urgent. You can't make any sense of it. All the imagery is jumbled together, all these possibilities and timelines and things that might happen. Some nights you wake up in a cold sweat, a scream already in your throat. I got stressed out. Great. You sit on the edge of your bed, run a hand through your hair, and check your hollow pump. A few people wished you happy birthday, but that's all. You guess you're getting older. You're older. Birthdays aren't as important as they used to be. Right, and Mars wants to meet you for lunch in the lounge today. You'll have to practice your smile. Mars, of all people? We don't even hang out. As you enter the lounge... Surprise! You did your best to play along and act surprised. You did your very best to play along and act surprised. Woo, streamers, balloons, great. Surprise party. Aw, that's Tammy on the surprise party, but Tammy never got to make it this far. That should make me sad. All of your friends are standing around wearing goofy hats and clapping. Nami is holding a bunch of balloons larger than they are, and Rex is wearing a cute little waiter's outfit with a bow tie. You accept their hugs and birthday wishes, trying to hide your exhaustion and demurring with a few points of, all this for me, you shouldn't have, no, really, all this for little old me. Rex wanders around with a tray full of little snacks, offering them to everyone with a vampy accent and a silly, airheaded giggle. The goofball act chips away at the natural awkwardness of a surprise party. That is, the first 5 minutes after everyone shouts surprise. And soon everyone is laughing and enjoying themselves. Despite your exhaustion, you start to smile too. Your friends are so amazing, and they're all here because they care about you. Then you get some unexpected guests. The lounge begins to fill with Helios kids, mostly ones you don't know, the ones who usually keep to themselves and, well, don't much like you original stratospheric kids. Face is there as well, grudgingly giving you a nod of acknowledgement before he turns back to his friends. Beside you, Nem bristles with discomfort. Hey, who invited you guys? Cal said, stepping forward with his hands clenched. This is a private party. It's a public lounge. Ace replies, so we can sit wherever we want. Cal stomps right into the middle of the Helios. You guys think that just because you fell out of the sky, you're the wormhole's gift to Vertumna, he spits out. We don't need you. We never needed you. All you do is make things worse, like this party. You rarely see Cal so ready for a fight, because he's a pacifist. He doesn't seem to care that the body language of the Helios kids has changed from cocky to dangerous. You're just a bunch of... I don't know if I can say that word on stream. Cal continues. You and I mean, I don't see why I can't say that word on stream, but I just want to be safe and not say that word on stream. The lounge erupts, chairs screeching across the floor as the Helios jump to their feet, yelling at Cal, calling the colony illegal and Cal a fugitive. They jostle him around, but Cal plants his feet and stands his ground. You hear a bottle breaking and see someone advancing on Cal. He's not backing down. So if I was friends with Vase, I could have Vase stab them. But I have friendship with Nim, so I could have her. I bet if I don't say stop it, or I bet these two options won't actually stop it. Someone's probably going to get hurt. Obviously, fight wouldn't stop it, but we're going to have Nim, because the soldiers respect Nim. To some degree, at least I still hope, even though she broke up with Vase. Hey, come on, guys, cut it out, Nim says tiredly. It's Luna's birthday. Don't make it a big thing. They seem to respect her, so they back down. But not before a few parting libellous shouts at Cal's parentage and alleged actions with animals. Yes, insults. Because people are just petted by children, I guess. She turns to Cal and pokes her finger in his chest. Yeah, I figured they'd argue over this. You provoked them on purpose, she says angrily. I'm not your friend anymore. Don't let me stick up for you if you're gonna be a jerk. I don't ask me to stick up for you. Well, Mars exclaims, clapping her hands, that was enough excitement, I think. Let's move on to the important part, cake and presents. Under Mars's skillful party hosting hand, the mood shifts back to festive. You enjoy your presents and your cake, but tensions boil over like this is a bad omen for the rest of tensions boiling over like this is a bad omen for the rest of the year. Yeah. Great birthday, guys. Thanks. Mid-quiet. I still want to hang out with Nim. Nim, when can I have another date? I want to have another date, Nim. Okay, I'm not too crazy stressed. Ooh, everything should have reset for expeditions. Dis. You and Dis are sitting on the tailgate of one of the expedition's vehicles, shelling bobber seeds with your teeth and spitting the hard bits on the ground. Now and then, one of you points out something funny a passing surveyor does, or spots something under the mush trees. This is the easiest way to talk to Dis, by not talking at all. Dis has always been like this. Being isolated from the other kids has made him thoughtful. Out of everyone, you think Dis might understand about Sim, and be able to keep the secret. Do you tell him? He literally said something about Dis when we met, so I don't see why Dis wouldn't even know him already, honestly. I trust Dis enough to tell him. I know that I don't know how Sim will feel, but I trust Dis enough to tell him. You tell Dis that you saw something interesting when you were out on an expedition. Dis perks up immediately, turning to look at you. Yeah? He asks. What? I met an alien, Dis. I'm sorry, the flirt. I saw the flirt icon. I'm not flirting with Dis. Because I'm dating them. So, his jaw drops and his face goes an interesting color. You're worried for a moment that he's going to be upset for you teasing him, but no way, Dis hisses, leaning in. But I met an alien too, Solana. What was yours like? Is this flirting with... Oh yeah, that's flirting with Sim, so I'm still not flirting with Sim either way. Like us, but an alien? You describe Sim, his long dark hair, his big eyes, his faintly purple skin, the way he never seems to answer any of your questions, which is rude. Dis stares at your face. Wait, you met Sim too? You nod, and Dis's hands fly to his hair. He said he met another human girl, but he didn't say who it was. It was you this whole time. You made me swear. You swore I wouldn't tell anyone else, Dis says earnestly. It's a weird expression for him. If the Helios found out about the gardeners, they'd probably try to kill them like they kill everything else. So, we can talk about Sim, but we have to keep it a secret. Okay, this will be our secret. Just nods, looking serious. Good, he says simply, then repeats it. Good. You go back to shelling bobber seeds in silence, watching the colony go about its business. Bobber's like, hey, I met Sim too? Yeah, cool, we're keeping a secret. Let's just go back to this. Actually, speaking of Sim, didn't I need to do something in engineering for him to actually have to go... I probably have to go physically do that thing. Let's see. No. Oh, download data for Sim. Yep. Sim asked you for data on human culture. Television shows, music, books, things like that. You have unlimited access to Congruence's media archives through your holopalm, but for Sim, it'll be a little more complicated. You'll need to find a physical storage unit with enough memory to contain a chunk of the holo archives. And I'm just gonna steal one, I guess. The robot workshop would be a good place to look. You sneak in. Nobody around. Good. More rebellion! More rebellion! You rummage around until you find what looks like a portable holo unit in a drawer. Then find a port in the wall and plug it into it. An interface pops up with options to copy data onto the tiny drive. Perfect. You start by carefully copying your favorite vids and games. then realize there's a ship-ton more room on this tiny device. You sweep in several thousand more vids, as well as the entire contents of the school's Learningpedia. As you slip the unit into your pocket, the Congruence console above you suddenly flickers and lights up. Congruence seems amused. She doesn't sound an alarm, although you know you shouldn't be in here, but asks in a neutral tone, "What are you doing in here, Solana?" If I had more persuasion, I could say I needed the tele unit for school. I just came to see you. Congruence allows her expression to show doubt, though she seems flattered. You chat for a bit, then she tells you to get out before you get in trouble. She seems to be lonely. Can an artificial intelligence get lonely? It's something you never really thought about before. You guess she must miss Professor Hal quite a bit. Aww, poor Congruence. I don't really hang out in there, to be fair, so... Well, I guess in my... I will definitely do more playthroughs, probably not on stream because of how long this freaking takes to get through on stream. But in another playthrough, I'll probably try to help Congruence, because I want to do a mental one and then a social one. And I was going to do another, mental run on stream, but I don't know if I want to, just because how long it takes. Let's just I could skip all the stuff I've already read before. Let's see. Survey the ridge. Has everything respawned? Nice. I have Hunt in the Swamps option. I'm probably never going to do it, because I don't care to hang out with Vase. I just simply wanted to unlock the option. Alright, all events respawned, which means we're booking it to the end. I want to go explore the area down below, because that is a neat area. Why do I always take the long way? Ooh. Long ways are rewarding sometimes. Gives you goodies. But why does this place feel like such a mess? Utopia? I'm not used to seeing her out here. Utopia sent a team of geologists to get a closer look at this region's weird terrain. You come across them working, and Utopia beckons you over. "Solana," she says, drawing everyone's attention to you. "Solana, come here." Solana's been working in this area a while, and I'm sure she's got plenty of information on what's out here. The geologists politely turn towards you and listen. "Here's what we got so far," Utopia says, speaking directly to you. Judging from how the layers of sedimentation are broken up, this place used to be pretty flat before. It must have been a ton of earthquake activity, ripping up the land and bringing up these huge ridges. We can't date the quakes around the time a lot of these ruins were created. Or we can date the quakes around the time a lot of these ruins were created. She adds, "And we're looking, but we haven't seen anything built after them. Like that was it for the old convergent domain. These broken up layers are about the same across the planet. Something sure happened about 20,000 years ago." Obviously, let's see, I shouldn't state the gardeners. I shouldn't know that they're the gardeners. So we're just gonna say finding some crystals. I get kudos. The crystals soak up energy from the sun and transfer it underground. But what if that energy was unleashed? Suddenly, Utopia watches, bemused as the geologists crunch numbers. It would have been an enormous amount of energy. But if this entire region was one big solar battery, that kind of energy, the energy of 2 suns, could definitely cause earthquakes of the magnitude that could rip apart the land. Well, I guess I could share about the array, but not the gardeners themselves. More kudos and adjourn. The what now? Utopia asks. I never heard of that, she says, and the geologists all exchange similar looks. You explain that the convergent domain has this huge computer network, and some of it is still running. It was used to study and maintain the planet. It might even be dangerous. Utopia doesn't look convinced. I'm not about to throw out a theory, but that's pretty far-fetched. I'm not one to throw out a theory, but that's pretty far-fetched, Solana. All we've seen are ruins. She squints and thinks it over. Well, if that's true, maybe something went wrong with this array, and it overloaded all the solar crystals. That little cataclysmic disaster is the sort of thing that might end a civilization. I'm not going to mention Sim. I get delusions every time I mention him. That's actually kind of fun. I mention Sim. Help the mark. You set up a drone hive to measure the sediment layers along the cliffside, learn a few things about rocks. Nice. Geology. More crystals! It's just really funny that I keep only finding crystals. Like, I need more things to give people. Nice. Strange device. Love that. And this will love that too. Oh my god, another one. Oh, hey, Sim. You don't really want to talk to me, I guess, but... Wait, I wonder if I can give him the drive. I can. Spying on a friend, that's so funny. Did you bring what I asked? Sim is standing in the shadows, wrapped up in his clothes like he's trying to blend in the jungle. He looks like a vid actor pretending to be shifty. Guess he's asking about the data he asked you to smuggle out of engineering. I've got the data you asked for. I knew it, Sim exclaims. I dreamed about it last night in my vat. You're what now? Sim waves his hand dismissively. Never mind, let me have the data drive. Can I answer a question first? Sim sighs and crosses his arms, but from his smile, you can tell he's amused by your little game. Okay, I'll answer exactly one question, he allows. What is it? Do other people know about you? I know that Diz knows. If the gardeners want to hurt us, I don't know. Probably, yes. What's with these thumping ruins? How do you know my language? I mean, that's honestly a good question. How does he know? I'm a quick study, Sim replies with a mischievous smile. Your friend Dis brings me vids as well, and I learn from them. He doesn't ask for anything in return at all, Sim adds, pointedly, and holds out his hand. Look, you've been avoiding my question since I met you, bro, and I just wanted to ask one question. You ain't gotta call me out for wanting something in return. This is an exchange, man. Dis just doesn't care. He hates us all anyways. He doesn't hate me. He hates everybody else. You hand over the data drive, and Sim takes it reverently, staring as if he could see what's inside. Marvelous, he says. Like a genetic payload, except with digital data instead of organic. What will I learn from this trove, I wonder? You're still puzzling over the implications of the phrase genetic payload as he continues. The other gardeners are so tedious and obsessed with their work, he complains. They're more concerned with maintaining equilibrium than experiencing new things. They don't understand that novelty is what makes life interesting. He slips the data drive into his sleeve. Thank you, Solana. I will treasure this. You're welcome. As you approach, Sim holds a finger to his lips and bids you approach quietly. Look through there, he whispers. Through a break in the trees, a little a small colt-like unisaur is taking its first halting steps in a small clearing. Its mother stands nearby, her sides heaving and gleaming with sweat. Just a few minutes old and already walking, Sim admires. Incredible, isn't it? That's how most animals are, honestly, besides humans or whatever. We're just like, nah, hold us for years. Is this all perception? Oh my god, I can do all the perception stuff then, because Sim is just perception. It's only fair that you observe Sim in the same manner that he observes you, intently, and while hidden behind a tree. You pretend to leave, then double back and watch him from a short distance away. You hope you'll see what he does when you aren't around. You're not spying on a friend. Sim looks like a human, if an alien had to draw a human entirely from written description. Too tall, too long, his eyes too black, his whole posture too weirdly attentive. His hair is the most interesting part, so perfectly kept for someone who seems to live in the wilderness, and sometimes you swear it moves in a way hair shouldn't, like the first time you saw a time-lapse video of a flower turning towards the sun. You watch in silence for nearly 10 minutes, but Sim does absolutely nothing. He tilts his head like he's listening to the wind, then he leans over to stare at a random patch of grass for far too long. Eventually, he turns to stare straight at the spot you're hiding. He purrs. Do you like what you see, Sugarbug? The flirting option of you know I do is funny. I've got to do a run through where I flirt with everybody, so I mean, I'll definitely see. Well, not a run through, but multiple run throughs. There's so many endings to this game, so I'll flirt with everybody eventually. But not this time. Nem is my girl. Alright, so now, just looking. He tosses his long hair over his shoulder and extends his hands, baring himself for your inspection. It is not a crime to be curious, he says. Why, I find myself very curious about you. You look your fill, now that he's offered. You find yourself constantly drawn back to his deep, silver eyes and the hypnotic motion of his hair, and within moments you find yourself more relaxed. Sim's faint smile fills your vision, blanking out the rest of your senses. Do not be alarmed, he says. His voice sounds like it's coming from the bottom of a well. I cannot imitate that, so that's fine. I have the ability to induce a mild sedative effect in organic creatures. I find it useful in reducing their cortisol levels so that I may tend to them more easily. If you find it soothing, I'd be happy to use it on you at your request. You have simply to ask. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, like, bro, I really do need that in real life. Someone to lower my cortisol levels. And I need to be less stressed. But at the same time, I'm unsure how I feel about him being able to induce a mild sedative effect in organic creatures by simply existing near me. Could you help me calm down? That's so funny that I can just ask him that. No, I'm just going to keep doing this because I can. So, Sim suddenly appears from behind a mush tree, which is like a magic trick because you could have sworn it was too narrow for even Sim to fit behind. He pulled a dungeon master trick from the old D&D cartoon. Why, if it isn't the little sugar bug, he exclaims, what can I do for you? Take an even closer look at Sim. I get it, that was weird from this. This is gonna be interesting. This time, you'll catch Sim doing something weird and alien. You send a survey drone to follow him and watch through your holopalm as he heads into the forest. He comes to a still pond and crouches by it, staring intently into the water. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he snatches an eel from the depths and bites its head clean off. Then he looks up at the drone and gives you a jaunty wave, as if he knew it was there all along. Wait, does Sim usually eat raw, living animals? Or was he just doing it because he knew you were trying to catch him doing something weird? Who knows? Oh man, I'm gonna have to figure out when Sim's birthday is, too. So let's see, Nem is early dust, and Cal is late dust. So I don't have anybody for mid dust. These two are late wet. Mars is early wet, so I don't have anybody for mid wet, I don't think. Tammy, I imagine, would be pollen. I obviously can't check that. Rip Tammy. Rex is early pollen. Nomi's mid dust, so we do have one for every dust. I don't know when Dace's birthday is. And I don't know if I want to figure that out. So. And I obviously still don't know when Sim's is. So. Augment is he's an alien. Augment is he's an alien. Nothing else. That's it. Oh. I guess we'll do this. You find your way blocked by a massive wall. No, a hollow pillar knocked over and lying on its side in the sand. We've seen this before. We're just going to check it out. Engineering challenge EC +2 bonus to pairs. Nice. I'll to make this a pair. Two of a kind. Oh. It was supposed to be pair. How could you ruin it like that? How could you do that to me? It's fine. Whatever. 21 is okay. This is best for the third stage. So let's... That's already a 3. So... I could do this. That gets me a 14. That gives me a 20. That gives me a 16. Alright, because this actually makes the streak. What if we get rid of that? And we do this. 26. Nice. We'll do that. Alright, Tammy. +3 on third stage of challenges. Only takes effect on 3 round challenges. Well, it is there. Why are you not doing it? Nice, I hit my super goal. Oh, there is the +3 right there. It's an extra. Okay, but it can still be a pair, which is what's nice. Victorious. More engineering. I got the first buff. You find more scraps of convergent domain writing and technology. You document everything to bring back to Utopia. Time passes. I got a new perk. Entering perk. Draw an extra card at the start of challenge. Effect stacks. Cool. I get another card. Thanks. Okay, that would relax me, much like Sim apparently can do. But we are just booking it. Hightailing it to the end, because that's the part I care about. The absolute most. We can do these other question mark things later. Let's go. Okay, we're almost there. Right? Yes, right here. Oh, it didn't respawn. This is just the end. Sadness. I didn't mean to go back. No, I messed up. Oh well, I wasted that month. Accidents happen. Accidents happen. That's upsetting. That is genuinely upsetting. I did not mean to go back home. I think I'd like to go back out, because again, I did not mean to go home. Actually, you know what? I might as well just not go back. Until I want to try to figure out when Sim's birthday is. Because from what I've gotten, it's either in wet or pollen. Because those are the only ones I don't have. Because these three are dust. Early dust, late dust. Sorry, not you. Nami is mid dust. Dami, definitely gonna be a pollen girly. I just don't know which one. And then, what was it, Rex? Rex is early pollen. So I'm gonna go give him a stick next month. Likes sticks. Who would have guessed? And then I still have to figure out when Vase's birthday is. So we'll guess mid pollen for Vase, just because I want to know when everybody's birthday is, even though I don't care one bit about Vase. And then if it's not Vase's birthday, we'll go out and we'll explore in mid pollen to see if it's Sim's birthday. We're gonna figure those out. But if I don't go out, what am I gonna do? Do I have anything I can study in here? Probably not. Research xenobotany. I don't think I've picked up anything new. Sorry, bless me. Sneeze came out of nowhere. I could get more empathy. But I don't need the more animals, and there's other ways I could get empathy. Well, I don't know if there is. That's just a 2. We'll do research some xenobotany in case I pick something up. I don't think I have though. Your work often overlaps with Tangent's work in the biochemistry and genetic labs, so it's not uncommon for her to pop by and ask questions about what you're working on, or for you to ask her for help interpreting some test results. She's uncharacteristically animated whenever she gets to talk about science, almost like she's a whole different person. She even laughs sometimes. Don't you think it's so interesting how Vertumnan species resist being classified by any known taxonomy? She asks, peering into the root network you've sandwiched between pieces of clear glass. She stands up. Feels like everything's a little bit fungal, she says. Spores, fruiting bodies, mycellular networks, even in animals. Some animals here even photosynthesize. She nods excitingly. The division between plant, animal, and fungus is less strict here than it was on Earth. At the cellular level, many animal species have properties of plants and vice versa, which is why some plants can walk. She launches into an explanation of how high-energy bonds store energy and require a mental catalyst, like iron in human blood and chlorophyll in green earth plants, but how the different hues of Vertumnan plants must mean that they use an entirely unknown elemental catalyst, possibly not even a metal at all. It's a little advanced for you, but Tange is very excited about it. She stops and takes a breath, winded by her own monologue. Zounds, Solana, if Vertumnan plants and animals share an elemental catalyst, and we found out what it is, we could learn so much more about this planet. I love that I can nod along enthusiastically, show her a beautiful flower instead. Brush her off, but I've got enough biology, fortunately, to help advance her theory. You show Tangent what you've been working on, all the samples and simulations, the results of scans and experiments. Incredible, Tangent says, going over your notes. We've been attempting to map the genomes of various samples in order to construct a phylogenetic tree. I hope I said that word right. But we're at capacity already. Can I take this? Of course. Tange smiles. Thank you, Solana. This is more helpful than I can say. Chief Engineer Instance forwards you some kudos for sharing your research. Why wouldn't I share it? Why would I not? We were a colony, are we not? I don't know, Tange, since we were literal children. Why wouldn't I help? Plus 10 kudos of total equals goal. I don't really care about equaling goal. Neighbors become wild and value is wild. Dimey-wimey wormholes death. That's so funny. Plus 6 if card is that. That's great. Thanks. I don't want that to go down though. I mean, it's okay, I guess. That's just a 3. Oh, no, wait, that becomes a wild. Becomes a wild. Is it in the sense of only color? Or can it be number 2? Color. It's just color. So what if we do it this way? Super goal of 45. Nice. It's only got 1 star. Rip. But I got more biology, which is nice. We love that. Alright, it is gonna be early pollen, which means it's time to give Rex a stick. I didn't try to hang out with an enemy those past couple months. Okay, Rex, stick first. Oh, I talked to Mars. Sorry, I was trying to click on Rex. You two seem to hang out a lot though, so you must be buddies. Help Rex build something? I don't have enough engineering for that. I'm really not that far off though. Rex is surveying an empty lot with a critical eye. There's still a lot of potential here, he says thoughtfully, tapping in on something on his holophone. Maybe an elder care home? One day, hopefully, we'll be lucky enough to have old folks, and it makes sense to have it right in the middle of the colony. Why is that a question? He gestures his hollow palm away and turns to you with a smile. Gotta think about the future if we're still expecting we got one. I got you a present. It's a steak. Because you love steaks. And why not? Because I do this every time I give you a birthday present. A hug. Oh yeah, Rex exclaims, wrapping you in a strong, bear hug. He even lifts you off the ground a little. It's a good hug, kind that makes you instantly just a little more relaxed. Nice. Nem, can we? We can have a date now. Yay! Nem yawns as you approach. Sorry, Solana, she says, covering her mouth. Late night, early morning, you know how it is. I want to spend some time with you. Nem checks the time on her holopalm and smiles. Yeah, I think I can swing that. You hang out in the lounge. You and Nem head to the lounge, where she plunks her feet in your lap and regales you with wild stories of her and the others, and of her other soldier friends. I don't think he ever found where we put his underwear. Nem laughs. I think he thinks we actually fed them to the float cows. What an idiot, right? It's good to spend time with her. She's so busy all the time. And that reduced my stress, hanging out with my girl Nem. I love Nem. Let's see. I love how it went from a very random pick at the beginning of the game where I'm like, I don't know if this matters, of who I picked as my best friend. And I ended up dating said best friend, said random selection at the beginning of the game. Xeno egg, and there's a bobber fruit back here. I almost missed this completely. Hiding there behind the flag. That's pretty rude. Okay. My persuasion is god awful. I'm the least persuasive person in this colony. But I am brave and I am strong. And a little smart, you know. I'm not persuasive at all though. Biology's getting up there. You know, maybe I should just max out my biology, because why not? Also, bravery was something that I really wanted to do. But I have to, like, explore nearby for the bravery, I'm pretty sure. Oh, look, I got another stick. Nope, click this, thank you. Yeah, because explore nearby gives me bravery. And then at this point, these things don't give me bravery. Because I had already joined the expedition, so I blanked so hard on what I was trying to say. Explore nearby, I technically snuck out originally. And I don't know. I don't know if it's good to build more bravery right now. That being said, I don't really know if it's good to build more biology either, but you know what? We'll build up a little more bravery. Biology's beating out my bravery, which is crazy. So, Sim's over there. I also can't get things like these eggs and the ridges or whatever. It's pretty much just only... My goodness, am I only gonna find eggs? There's a stick, okay. Not that I have against finding a bunch of eggs, but I was like, my goodness, is that it? Is that all I'm gonna get? Sim's at the other spot, I know, but... Okay. No goodies back here to collect. Sim! Let me get this egg real quick. Alright. For once, you see Sim before he sees you. He's crouched just off the path, staring at a flower. His face blank. He doesn't react as you approach, so you watch him for a while. He's so perfectly motionless, you'd think he was a plant too. His eyes are unfocused. Is he accessing some kind of mental interface? Eventually, you clear your throat. Sim carefully stands up and turns to face you. For a moment, you're not sure if he recognizes you. Then he tosses his head and a grin leaps to his face. Selena, you caught me checking in with the boss. Your boss is that flower? I'm not that dumb. You have a boss? My boss, as I told you, they aren't fond of change, he replies. They're also very much like your boss. What's she named? Utopia? He tilts his head to the side. Her name word is fitting, isn't it? He lays one finger against his chin. I appreciate that she always reminds you not to get yourself killed. I wish you'd listen to her. She gave me a job to do. And I have my job, Sim replies, but just to protect this place. He laughs. Protecting you seems to be my hobby. If the boss finds out I'm talking to you, I'd be in trouble, so shh, he murmurs, and puts his finger to his lips. Then why keep talking to me? Nim smiles warmly. Because you're the girl of my dreams, literally, he replies. I can't seem to stay away from you. And because you humans are different, he continues. I'm so bored of everyone else on this planet. The other gardeners, my boss. They have everything on Vertumna just the way they like it, and don't want the teeniest thing to change. He sighs. It's boring. Remind me a lot of Dis, talking about things being boring. See that tree? Sim points to a large tree with many long limbs dripping from it and embedded in the ground, much like the tree in the background of my text here. That tree was a small creature for part of its life cycle. You call it the Vriki. Once it plants its roots, that's where it stays for the rest of its life. The gardeners spend time as trees too, sometimes hundreds of years. If you do that enough, you start to think like a tree, set in your ways. He spreads his hands, an earnest expression on his face. When I watch you, when I talk to you and learn about your species, I feel inspired. I feel young again. I don't think I want to ask how old he is. So, you can shapeshift? Don't you think my looking human is a bit of a coincidence? He replies, and motions to his body with a sensual flick of his wrist. It is a rather handsome body, though, don't you think? I happen to think I did quite well. Of course, this is an option to flirt with him. I'll say, if you say so. Sorry, this run I am into them. I'm into the women's. Alright, so sure, if you say so, man. You have so many more questions for this man, or gardener, or whatever he is. But as soon as you open your mouth to ask another, Sim cocks his head as if listening and holds up a hand. I'm sorry, he says, looking for all the world like he's listening to the dang flower. But I must away. And with that, he's gone, off to protect the wild, or rescue damsels, or whatever. Or maybe he's just avoiding your questions. I love where we're rescue damsels. I am not a damsel in need of rescuing, thank you, though. You spent so many days and weeks exploring. Some days, you feel like you've seen it all, although you haven't gone very far from the colony. You have your favorite places, and you're headed to one of them right now. It's because you like it because it's beautiful, only you know how to find it, or it's thrilling to get there. Only I know how to find it. I don't need it to be thrilling, but a nice little secret place is always pleasant. These have no puffs on them. I mean, a beautiful vista. That's really funny. Talking about this. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to drop it a bit. Love that I'm saying sorry, but what for? What for am I saying sorry for? This isn't gonna be a run. I need a 6. Stop. Get off. Get off. Giggling. I still have my baby giggling here. That's gonna immediately make it a 6, and that's the problem. Let's see. We'll just do the 4s and the 5. And bring... Nope. Stop. Why are you being so uncooperative? Alright, 23. I just need 20 now, so... We'll just dump all the big guys in here. Literally all the big guys. Nice. My super goal was 30 and I went 15 over. Got 2 stars in perception I didn't need. Oh man, I probably should have done the bravery one because I needed to build bravery. I'm so dumb. You try to remember the route. Left at the rotted mush tree, and up the hill for a while. There it is. You arrive in a meadow of fragrant yellow flowers. You find a soft spot to lay down amidst them and breathe in the perfume. It smells good. Nice. I am so relaxed that I'm clear-minded from that. Definitely gonna keep exploring then. If, I cleared it up. Oh yeah, it's early pollen. I wasn't supposed to go out yet, I remember. It's okay though. You stop for lunch, eating an earth treat grown from your own greenhouses. A watermelon. Oh, suddenly. Oh, I was thinking about the I could spit it out before. I guess Sim being here makes some sense. Watermelon, nice and sweet, like a more solid potato pod. You munch away, spitting out the seeds. Suddenly, Sim materializes out of the trees. Hello, Solana. Is that a new... Oh, what is it you're doing? He bends down and picks up a small black pip. This is its seed, correct? Solana, this is an earth plant. It doesn't belong here. He pops the seed in his mouth. Bro, spit that out. Why are you eating it? Eating it above the ground? And crunches it between his teeth. Not to play park ranger, but it is my job, after all. Apologize. You promise you'll pay more attention next time. Sorry, Sim. I shouldn't be doing that right next to him, to be fair. Ugh. This is a little guy, right? I think. Whatever. I've heard most of these before, so unless Sim comes barreling out, I think I'll be okay. He comes barreling out at me, being like, "Hey, you doing that? Sorry, man. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro." We're gonna go for the run, or the straight, and not necessarily the big card. An enemy's loyalty, 3. Sure, we'll do that. Neighbors become wild. Oh, look, I already hit my goal. Nice. Well, let's see. That'd be 9, 8, 7. I don't think I have a means of making it 5. Ooh, I do, actually. Let's see, 9. Oh, no, it's just colors. I don't think it's numbers. I'm being really silly. It's okay, though. I got more bravery. It's just alien crickets. I knew that I'd seen that one before. You spot a suspiciously regular mound of dirt. Dig it up immediately. Last time I poked it at a stick, I didn't really get anything. You fearlessly dive in, digging with your gloved hands. Turns out it's just a pile of dirt, nothing more. But baby, you gotta be brave. You let your mind wander as you're walking and stumble straight into a field of gelatinous blob grass. Totally transparent, The sticky fronds are hard to see, but even harder to ignore, especially once they start glomping on your boots and slowing you down. It's like trudging through thick mud. You stubbornly decide to keep going, paying close attention to the invisible signs of this blobgrass. There aren't many, just an absence of other vegetation. Which I've read that before, but I should go ahead and read it. First collectible use is free. Cool, don't actually care about that. I'm literally just going to slap all the 2s on here. And then we're going to start with our 3s. Drop our 4s. 3, 4. Ooh, I need a 5. That's just going to become... They're both going to become 6. Whatever. Alright, we're going to play our 8s. I guess I won't do that. Hold on. Put that there. I can get a big jump. +6 if card is this. Sorry, that one. We'll just skip the 7. Who cares? +3 for each unplayed card. Whatever. I got my super cool, most mismatched jumble I've ever put up there, but I don't need the perception. I got a little bit of stress though. There it is. You can hop along the rocks. Hop along from that rock to that fallen log, then climb over those old pieces of surveying equipment. You get through the villainous blobgrass. Spend a bunch of time on it though, and it takes some tricky balancing. It's tiring. Can I ask Sim to de-stress me? To de-stress me is such a weird statement that I kind of regret saying. Because if I want to have to come back in pollen, I would need to have the energy to come back. So normally when I go out exploring, I just fully explore, spend the whole month doing it, and then I rest the next month. You come across a cluster of mush trees. They're not fully grown yet, but they're still pretty big, and it might be good to harvest them before they get all gross and mushy during the rainy season. I can cut it down and I get 9 logs? Right, no, I just give them a friendly pat. You like the mush trees. I do like the mush trees. I'm not trying to deforest everything around here. It's pretty rude, you know. Show up to an alien place and just start destroying it. I quite enjoy these holographic videos you gave me, Sim says. I've been learning so much about humanity from them. However, Sim lays his fingers on his lips and thought, are parsecs not a measure of distance, not time? Are parsecs not a measure of distance, not time? I don't know what a parsec is, so help me calm down. Of course, Sim murmurs, stepping into your space. His cool hands alight on your cheeks, tilting your head to look in his eyes. Within moments, you feel the burdens of your day lift off your shoulders, like a balloon floating away into the sky. Nice. Your consciousness reasserts itself some time later, and you find yourself held in Sim's long arms. You blink away the brain fog and pull yourself together, thanking him for the experience. Sim smiles. It's my pleasure, Solana. Stay safe out there. Okay, I'm not sure how I feel about how that experience was, I'm gonna be honest. He put his hands on my face, tilted me to look up to him because he's a ridiculously tall man, and then I wake up in his arms. I only lost 5 stress for that. Fine, but it's sure an experience. There isn't a cloud in the sky, yet it started to rain. You can't tell where it's coming from, or whether it's even water. Given how this planet is full of surprises, it's probably some animal migration or airborne tree step. Who knows? You have a strong desire to not be out in it. Let's find something to use as an umbrella. You break off a large leaf on a long stem and hold it over your head. Makes a pleasant kind of thrum as the drops splatter on it. We're just gonna do what we normally do, I guess. Finding out Sim's birthday is probably not the most important thing on my to-do list. Some farmland is spilled outside the walls. Nothing's growing here anymore. There isn't even enough for animals to graze on. If I try to plant something, she's just gonna be like, it's pointless or whatever. Yeah, are you farming? Probably shouldn't have done that. Knowing the result that was gonna be, probably shouldn't have done that. Plants grow fast during pollen. They've choked the path here, and you can't see an obvious way through. Push my way through. I'm forcing my way through. You're not stopping me. Oh. What if we just do this way? Let me pop a 6 up there. Nice. From when I did, the bot-athlon. In my dear youth. I really butchered my statement. We're just gonna ignore that. Just forget I said anything at all. It's probably the best. Ooh. That one is really good for those little guys. What if we just schmack these guys on? 10, 16. Make some use of it being a negative like that. Ooh, I got an even better one. This one's kept between rounds. Oh, but it's not. Right. I have to have that to be the last card. Silly me. 16. And now this is the last one. So we want to schmack 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4. 55. It's very nice. I got 3 stars. You find a good stick and whack your way through the tangle of new growth. Take that, nature. Look, my art is from younger years. Getting lost in the fog. Well, yeah, we're going home. Literally right here. You approach the colony gates. Go home. Yes, I know it'll end the month. I literally only have 5. So I can't do anything about it anyways. Okay. Mid-pollen. Oh, it's so... I can't see. Everything's so hazy. Okay. I still can't hang out with... I mean, it's fair, I suppose. Need a break soon. I know. You know what? I'm late enough into the game. I'm just gonna look it up. I was a teenage exocolonist. Birthdays. I'm only missing 2 people anyways. I discovered the rest of them. Quiet season in its entirety is me. Early pollen is Rex. Mid pollen is nobody. Cool. Tammy's late pollen. And I know all of dust. Mid wet is vase. Low season is none. Wait, does that mean... According to this list, our boy Sim does not have a birthday. Or at least he doesn't, celebrate a birthday. Which is fair, I guess. He do be an alien, and they probably do things differently. So. Resting on the walls, right, back to resting on the walls. You know what? I actually don't ever rest in the common rooms these days. I kind of want to this time. Spice it up a little. Visit the spa. Select a memory to forget. I can spend kudos to forget. I need to forget giggling. Because, man, that 0 haunts me. I don't need it. You breathe deeply. The memory has been forgotten. I got a bunch of cards in here. I probably should get rid of more. All those ones, probably. So that my lowest card in my deck is 2. 2 duplicates when drawn. It's not too bad. All cards become... Not all the ones are horrible. That one's... I hate that one, though. The setting it to that value of it being so low. And then that 2 is a gem. We'll keep that one. We'll forget... Oh, we're gonna... I forgot I have to do this each. Forget discovering. That one's alright because it increases... I don't know. Might get rid of Robo Power. We'll get rid of Robo Power. I'm spending my kudos on forgetting things. Interesting way to spend my kudos. I need to also forget first steps. So I've spent a total 200 kudos for getting things. I love choosing to forget memories. It's a wild experience. Alright, we're gonna relax in the lounge. Oh, this gives me friendship with Rex. That's fine. I haven't relaxed in the lounge since the new lounge, so I just don't think I have. And look, there's Dis again. You spot Dis listening to music and ask what band. He shares his playlist of something he calls post-punk, mid-21st century. It's kind of whiny, but it sounds nice once you get used to it. That's so funny that I was like, oh, I'll just go here. Oh, that's funny that I can forget. I spent all that time forgetting memories, so it's okay. I'll just keep them. That I went to the here instead of hanging out on the wall with Dis, and I still saw Dis. Like, I didn't get friendship with him, but I still saw him, which is funny enough. So, alright, I need more bravery still. Wait, I have 80 bravery. I do Dis's final thing. You spot Dis in deep conversation with one of the other people who work in expeditions, conferring over a large holomap. Dis points out a location on the map, and the explorer makes a note on their holopalm before walking away. Dis closes the holomap with a gesture and acknowledges you with a nod. Hey, Selena. I dare you to... You gulp and bravely dare him to tell you what's the deal between him and his sister. Oh, I got a stressful event. Plus 10 stressed. That's funny that this image is from when we're children walking over a valley. And I definitely didn't do it then, but I get more friendship with Dis and bravery, even though I am daring him. What about her? He scowls, digging the toe of his boot into the dirt. She's smart and perfect, and everyone loves her. You wait patiently. Sometimes being brave means sitting in silence. Eventually, Dis crosses his arms and shrinks in on himself. When Tange got her genome therapy, all anyone wanted to talk about was how I shouldn't be sad about losing my brother. Oh. Tange transitioned. Like they had to tell me that. This was huffing additionally. I'm her twin. I knew she was a girl like 5 minutes after she did. She's always been my sister, he exclaims. Aw, that's so sweet. He's so supportive. But about losing their brother, they're not losing their brother. I mean, his sister. I love that. 5 minutes after she did. She's always known who she is, but like, that was the problem. Dis says. He picks a loose thread of his sleeve. She's so mature, you know, and I'm not. So she treats me like her dumb little pet and her brother, telling me what to do and acting like she's so much smarter than me. He rubs his face. I mean, she is smarter than me. She's smarter than everyone, even the adults. That doesn't mean she knows what's best for everyone. Dis lapses into silence. You wait a little longer to see if he wants to share any more, but Dis seems intent on just staring off into the wilderness again. Thanks for sharing that with me, Dis. I appreciate the honesty. I don't want to do swamps now. There's only one collectible left. I got all the events. I missed a collectible. Yeah, and that's kind of sad. But if it's pretty much all done, let's just go back to the ridge. I don't really do the others much anymore, but let's go. We're just doing events now. We're not trying to beeline it anywhere. We're doing everything I can do. Every so often, oh yeah, the snake dragons. I'll climb up on its back and then climb down the other side. I ain't here to bother anybody. We're just going through. Trying to do all the events. You're walking along a ridgeline when your foot knocks some rocks down the slope. You anticipate the familiar clatter as they plunge down into the chasm, but realize it's silent. Just the wind. You peer down the slope. Nothing's falling. Wait, the rocks you dislodged with your foot are just floating. You take a step forward and realize You feel lighter, too, like you've taken off your mountaineering gear. Take another step forward. It's a struggle to keep your foot on the ground. With one more step forward, you realize it's possible to take both feet off the ground. You're floating. You nudge your foot and let the momentum float you forward a few feet, feeling more untethered by gravity the further forward you go. The ridgeline is narrow, with a steep drop on either side. There's no way around this strange anti-gravity field, and if you fall out of it, you might plummet into the chasm. Onward! This is an easy bravery challenge. I will not be scared. Oh, I don't know how I want to do this, though. I don't have a 4. I mean, this value is wild. So that's what, 24? What if I do it this way? 22, because that makes it a 1, but I also get that pair. Good enough. Oh, I got rid of all the blues. So I don't really get the benefit from this one. It's just... I can just slap all the 5s on. Kind of funny. Card becomes 5. Yep, it's all 5s now. Which means I only need 15. Which means I realistically don't even need anything more than those 2. I don't need anything more than those. But it's okay. Of course you ruin it. Of course you ruin it. What if we dump that one there? That is going to have to be a 6, so I need a 5? This wild card value matches all pairs burst rates, so that's a wild card. Let's see, 8, 7. That's supposed to be. It's going to be a 6, 5. If I make that a 4? Nice. I went well over the super goal, but sometimes I just like making the biggest combination I can. More bravery! We're getting there. Oh, I got a little bit of engineering. Oh, my stress went down. Not that I had that much stress, but it went down. You float forward, allowing yourself to rise higher and higher until you're able to swim and tumble through the air with ease. Whew, wow, you're totally weightless. You float over a shiny, lumpy rock jutting up from the edge of jutting up from the spine of the ridge. As you pass over it, you feel gravity gently begin to embrace you again, pulling you back down. Your feet touch the ground again on the other side, and your legs immediately give out. What a rush. You mark the location on your map for other surveyors. How did I just land and then no. Nope. Dropping. Right here. Can't support myself anymore. Oh yeah, the radiation warning. I can neutralize the radiation and get through here. Nice. Because I studied that flower. Collectible. This does lead back to where we are, but I want to do this real quick. Ooh. I think I've done this one before. The sun goes behind a cloud, and you feel the light splattering of rain. It sizzles onto the dry, hot ground around you and provides a little relief from the heat of the day. Then you realize you don't see a single cloud in the sky ahead of you, and it almost never rains in the western resting ridges. The plants here rely on nighttime too for moisture. We're just gonna run. We're just gonna go. You bolt for cover with your hands thrown over your head. You don't even care what's up there, you just know that that was no rain. I ran last time. I should have just looked up. I mean, that might have been to my detriment, but I should have. I was even thinking, I was like, I'm pretty sure I ran last time. Oh yeah, I suppose I could just let it be. I don't know why I'm doing this. Because I know it's just gonna bother me again anyways. So, card gets +2. What if we do that? And we just simply... this. Ooh, actually if I do that, then I need this. Oh, no, it has to be more than 2, I suppose. Ooh, never mind. There we go. Matching all the 6s. Why not? Card gets +2 is gonna constantly throw me off. Because it's the end. So I would normally want to put my big boy cards down. But if we just put our 3s here... this is not gonna stay 3. It's gonna become 5. Which is fair. You know what? Whatever. I don't even care right now, honestly. I'm just gonna slap them all on. I hit my super goal anyways. I went over my super goal. And I know that I'm gonna let this land on my arm. I'm gonna swat it. And then 10 minutes later, something's gonna follow me anyways. I literally just did this one, like maybe an hour ago, if not sooner than that. It takes me so long to get through the year. Like, that's wild. Trudging along when you're suddenly buffeted by a hot wind. Find the source, which I already took readings. Broke the thing. I wish I could tell while I was here what all was left. I wish I didn't have to go all the way back out and try to figure it out. You come across a particularly flat area. A large field of obsidian. Well, obsidian is the only word you have for it, but you've never seen obsidian this bright. That's definitely a typo. It says seam instead of seam. It's like a rainbow trapped underneath its glossy black surface. Like the entire ground here is polished black opal. Then why do we call it obsidian if we're calling it black opal now? Those are two different things. The field glints under the sun at certain angles, momentarily blinding you. It looks slippery and shiny. I could carefully walk around it. Nah, we're trying to get our bravery up. We're gonna skate on through it. I'm gonna be a menace and just skate. Plus, one, if this has the highest value, well, it does have the highest value. And if I switch it to this, it immediately does not have the highest value. So we're just gonna let it go. Start with all the 3s for each gem, so that'll become a 4. That's plus 2. 2 cards with gems. Interesting. Didn't realize that's how that was gonna go. If that's the case, I need that to be there. Let's do that. Bunch of 4s and a 5. Because that'll just become... Oh no, that's just another 4. Oh, now I gotta get a whole 32. It's okay, I got this. We're just gonna slap all the big boys on here. No problem, easy peasy. Easy peasy stuff. Hit the super goal. I almost got 60 on that one. We're really climbing on the numbers I can do here. I got more stress for doing this, but it's okay. You take off your shoes and glide around in your sock feet. In my sock feet? Interesting choice of word. You take a tumble and get a little bruised. But have a blast. So I gained 5 stress, but then I lost 10. So I went down. Just enjoy yourself. Do some science while you're here. We'll do some science while we're here. Why not? You find a patch that's a little different and take some readings. You confirm the material is not natural. It must have been created by the Convergent domain, because it's the same stuff they made the thumpers out of. Silica mixed with some trace organic elements. But looking at striations in the cliffs nearby, you determine that this entire region used to be covered in a thick sheet of this dark glass rock. In most places, there is now a layer of soil over it, but if you dig down far enough, you'll probably find this layer everywhere, like the whole place has been glassed. No wonder there's so few plants here. The Convergent domain must have paved this area to discourage plant life from growing, all except for the crystals, which seem to sprout happily from the obsidian pavement. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that button. Oops. Interesting. Sim wants to talk to me. Friendliest friend, get 5 relationships to 5 hearts. Bro, we're already at 5 hearts. Oh, I met this guy not that long ago. You're enjoying a relatively uneventful second sun of taking readings for one of Utopia's geological surveys when your world shifts on an unnatural axis as Sim comes crashing, seemingly out of thin air, grappling with a skyfish almost as big as he is. Got 20 stress from this. Look out! He calls to you, though it's far too late for that. The ground rushes up to meet you, and it's all you can do to close your eyes and protect your head. To make matters worse, in the ensuing tussle, they completely crush the delicate scanning equipment you just finished setting up. Utopia is going to be so upset. Oh no. You surveyed the wreckage helplessly while Sim holds the skyfish at bay. The skyfish flops around pitifully, then springs back into the sky and flies away, thrilling in distress. It didn't even look dangerous, really. Solana, Sim croaks, and you turn your attention to him. Blood is pouring from a wound on his chest where one of the skyfish's spines must have pierced his otherwise perfect skin. It's the kind of thing that will definitely leave a scar, or worse. Holding the wound closed, Sim smiles sheepishly. I guess my future sight isn't always 20/20. You can say that again. Oh, yeah, you can say that again. I guess my future sight isn't always your wise and less. I know what you meant. And I'm sorry I wrecked your tools. Well, the skyfish helped. It really was going to hurt you. Or at least it could have. I dreamed about it last night when I was asleep. He corrects himself. My dreams aren't always true, Sim says, wincing as he applies pressure to the wound. The paths branch and converge. Time is more like a web than a line, I think. He smiles weakly. But always in the center, there's you. He really does sound like he's flirting with me 24/7. Probably because I'm the chosen one. You're at the center of my web too. I can see the future too. Not the way I feel like he can, though. But I can see the future too. You can. Sims laughs. Well, you must not be very good at it either. You try to explain. It's kind of like remembering, but in your dreams. Happens ever since you were a little kid. Like you're remembering things that haven't happened yet. You admit that some of them are pretty rough, like visions of people dying. Sim nods in agreement as you explain. Some gardeners have this ability, he says, but it takes hundreds, even thousands of years to develop. Seems you were born with it. I can't tell you how this future sight works, Sim continues. To be honest, I don't even know. But if you're curious, he's clearly grappling with something, and not just the sluggishly bleeding wound in his chest. His voice drops. You might look for answers under the light of the wormhole and glow, he confesses. You press him for more, but he begs you to simply leave him to handle his injury in peace. Poor guy. He got a scar for me. I'm definitely gonna have to do his romance sometime soon, if he's gonna be like this the whole time. A precarious natural land bridge drops down sharply on both sides here. You kick a rock over the side. You don't hear it hit the bottom. Do you cross? Turn back across the bridge or cross very carefully. Which is perception. Yeah, we're going to cross very carefully. You shuffle across it slowly, examining the cracks and sticking to the solid places. You accidentally send a few more pebbles skittering over the edge and think, better them than me. It is better them than me. I ain't trying to fall off. Sim. You spot Sim watching you silently from the trees. When he sees that you've noticed him, he steps into the path and walks towards you, completely silent. When you open your mouth to greet him, he simply places his fingers against your lip. Shh, he murmurs. I'm observing you. You really are a fascinating creature. We're all humans like you. You notice the puncture wound in his chest from the other day is gone. Wow, fast healer. I suppose this is over the course of a month, but that's wild. He just straight up touched me without permission. Don't touch me. I don't like people touch me. I say that even though I'm literally about to do this, so I guess I can be excused to get the 5 to go down so I can do 2 more events instead of just 1. Well, with being more comfortable, technically I can use the 5, and that's fine. Of course, Sim murmurs, stepping into your space. Consciousness reasserts itself, and I'm just in his long arms. Thanks, Sim. Down to 80. There's something over here. Ooh, there's actually quite a few somethings. A yellow flower. I don't feel like I've picked up one of those in a while. And is there... No, not over here. It's just this. You come across the peaceful-looking rock again and feel all your troubles melt away. This is definitely not that peaceful rock, but I was actually just thinking about it. That's funny. Stay a while till the reef's 20. This is not the peaceful rock, and I can guarantee you it's not, because literally every other time I have encountered the peaceful rock event, it was not right there, it was over here. This is the peaceful rock. But I think it got a little mixed up. It did, because that's saying crystal outcroppings and the other one was crystals. Utopia has sent you and Dis to study one of the large crystal outcroppings. Up close, you can tell that there are more of the convergent domain. That these are more of the divergent domain solar panels. They're angular and hard to the touch, but they have a sort of sponginess and a warmth to them that's a little disconcerting. They emanate a humming noise. There's my only option to take a look at them. What a fascinating combination of biology and engineering. Truly remarkable. You take readings and collect data for Utopia, being careful not to break any. Maybe someday the colony could figure out how to harness electricity from these. If we're not booted off this planet, because like Sim says, the planet is rejecting us, which is totally fair. I would reject humanity too if I was a planet. Oh yeah, the little guy, the air squids. Let's just fly through this part. Did I not forget? Oh, I didn't end up forgetting this one. It's okay, we'll just do it that way because... Ooh, actually, what if I do it this way? Now they're all threes. For a nice, easy, convenient way of doing that. Just do a bunch of fours. So we're gonna do it that way. This way, though, so I can have the max amount there. And now I only need to get 24. Plus 10 stress if I do that. I don't need it that desperately. I really don't. 5. Thing is, I don't want to add that and I don't want to ruin the thing. Ooh, that's 38, but I could do 40. Nice. Let's just get on past the air squids. We don't care. Perception, I don't get anyways, so I can do one more event. One more. Is there even one more? There's one more there. And there. And then this is the end. Which that of course hasn't respawned. Ooh, nice. Coming back to get the crystal clusters. Alright. I think it's just... Oh, wait, no. A strange device. Glad I noticed that little bit of glowing blue. We'll just do this one. Leave that other one for later. You and Dis are poking at one of the ruined buildings here. A jet black stone cube now reduced to rubble and overgrown with large snaking roots and clusters of bright crystals. This is the first time I'm encountering Sim with Dis. Hello, curious little humans, Sim says cheerfully, popping up from behind it. How's the archaeology going? Are you having fun digging up the secrets of the planet? You and Dis exchange a cautious look at Sim's tone, but Sim just laughs. I've convinced the others to allow me to nudge you towards the truth, he says, sitting primally on an outcropping of obsidian that matches his long, oil-slick hair. It's not a trick. Dis fidgets beside you, his face unreadable. Well, Sim says, do you have any questions for me? Are you the convergent domain? Did they make these crystals? Did they live underground? Things are good. Why aren't there more ruins? We're gonna go under the premise that I can only ask him one, even though the fact that thinks I'm good has a potential that I can ask more. Are you the convergent domain? Sim laughs. Oh no, he says. The convergent domain is extinct. As you can see, I'm still quite here. The gardeners are the only part of the convergent domain that still exists today. But we are not them, he continues. We were their tools, tasked with protecting the planet's ecosystem. And now we are something more. Did you kill? No. Did they make these crystals? Yes, Sim says. He looks pleased. They're a self-replicating silicone-based species that behaves much like a fungus. They're connected below the ground in a massive network. They were the convergent domain solar collectors, and for some time, they were the only living thing on much of the surface of the planet. It's hard to imagine, right? No mush trees, no poof shrooms. Not even these mountains. Just endless fields of sharp crystals and smooth obsidian ground, drawing in all that energy and storing it under the surface. Sim tilts his head coyly. Whatever could they have used it all for? Then there were the earthquakes, Sim adds. It certainly shook things up. That's what earthquakes do, Sim, thank you. Why aren't there more ruins? Well, it's been a while, Sim says. 20,000 years is a long time to clean up a mess. We've worked quite hard. He looks around at the dust and the ruins. There are only a few places on the surface of the planet where you can still see the convergent domain's work, but it used to cover almost everything. Much of their technology was organic, fungal specifically, so you won't be unearthing any bed frames or dinnerware. It's all long since rotted away, or gone wild and grown into something new. He smiles. Unearth, he repeats. Look, I'm beginning to speak like you. He strokes the glossy obsidian ruin. Even this was alive once. It grows like coral, a silicon-based fungal life form, genetically engineered to take whatever form was needed. It's extinct now. Only the bones are left. Did they live under the ground? Probably, based on what I found. Yes, largely, Sim says. Though as you can see, there were some facilities above ground, such as this one. Nearly all of them were what you'd consider agoraphobic, he adds, and very little sight to speak of in their physical forms. They loved looking at the planet through the eyes of its creatures. Sometimes they visited the surface by taking forms better suited to it, though the process was often painful. Just shoots you a meaningful look you can't interpret. What do they look like? Like worms, Sim answers simply. What do humans look like? Did you kill the convergent domain? Well, Sim smiles his knowing smile, his eyes alight with a secret. I think that's enough questions for today. Good thing I left this one for the end. He stands up and dusts himself off. Who can say what happened to them exactly? The earthquakes that formed these ridges shook the planet around that time, but perhaps it was their own greed and hubris that turned on them. Sim makes to leave, but Dis jumps in his way. Wait, he cries. I have a question. Sim tilts his head, waiting. What if someone wanted to become a gardener? Dis stammers. Is that possible? Sim stares at Dis for a long time. I'll have to think about that one, Sim answers slowly. Then he leaves, soundless against the sand. Good time to leave, I guess, with all that lore Sim just dumped on me. And I'm not surprised that Dis would want to become a gardener if possible. Because, well, he doesn't seem to like being part of the colony anyways. So, now that I'm confirming, it's been like a good week. Do I give her cake? Do I want to go buy her a cake? And get her something else? Give her something else. We'll go buy her a cake. Why not? We're in a prosperous time in which I can buy cakes. Thank you for the purchase. Let's go give our girl Nim a cake and see if she wants to hang out today. Because I'd love to go on a date. Okay, I can't hang out with her. It's fine. Nem's usually serious face brightens when she sees you. Solana, what a treat, she says, giving you a brief kiss. I was just thinking about you. I got you a cake. Here you go. Hey, is this a birthday cake? Thanks for remembering my birthday. Always. Always, Nim. Even though I had to go confirm, I was pretty sure. But I'll always give you something. I'll always give you a gift. I don't feel like anybody else would want to talk to me. No. Not even dear old dad, so we're just gonna go relax on the wall again. Yes, visit the walls. Feels like I could have gone to the gym. I don't think I've gone to the gym yet. You're sort of half-heartedly scouting by walking along the walls when you come across what looks like a little memorial shrine tucked into an alcove. In it are drawings and mementos for people who've passed away, including Tammy. You're struck once again by the senselessness of her death, letting the grief wash over you as strong as the day she died. It's hard to believe you came this far, through space, only to lose a friend in such a sudden and pointless way. You leave the shrine as is. Thanks, game, for reminding me of Tammy. Is this, everyone says, a mysterious stranger? I bet that was Sim. It is, you can see by the art, actually. Because that's how his sleeve looks. I don't know if I want to get rid of that particular 2. Probably should get rid of my 2s. Let's be honest, but I don't really feel like I want to. This year, Governor Lum's ascension to the Vertumnillia stage is heralded by an entire military band. Their instruments shiny and nano-printed new. I can speak. They march out of command in formation, splitting and forming a phalanx at the foot of the stage as Lum takes his place before you. Spotlights turn on the heavy ka-chunk noises, illuminating Lum in a halo of floating dust particles. He spreads his arms wide. Again, I need to drink my water before I do Lum's voice. Hold on a moment. Hello, Vertumna. His voice booms over the speakers. Are we winning or what? The reaction is mixed. You look around. It's easy to see the ones cheering the loudest are Helios, and the people who fully adopted their mentality, like Nem. The Stratos are more reserved, some even silent. Chief Security Rit is one of them, his usual stony expression hiding his true feelings. Regardless, there's enough cheering that Lum has to wait for it to die down before he continues. We're killing it out there, people, he exclaims. Every day we call a little more territory from the savage aliens of this planet. We're the aliens, Lum. We're the aliens. Do you understand the concept of the word alien? That's us, not them. A potato pod arcs through the air and lands with a broken splort at Lum's feet, splattering him with juice. You don't see who threw it, but the faction from Geoponics is looking restless. They begin to jeer and stomp their feet. Lum continues on, raising his fists. Those Xenos attacked us first, and now they're learning. Don't mess with humankind. The crowd is now evenly split between cheering and booing. The Stratos are agitated. You hear calls for things like return to how they were, and how Lum and his soldiers are killing the planet. Even the council, lined up before the stage and facing the crowd, looks conflicted. We left Earth to get away from this crap, your dad shouts, and you turn to him in surprise. He rarely swears. I don't, or I would have, for him. Now look at us, we're right back where we started, fighting each other and the planet. We brought it with us. This is why I think human nature doesn't change. It's stagnant. Forever. Utopias hops on stage and routes her own here speak through the speakers. He's lying, she yells bitterly. This year we lost 2 surveyors in the swamps, Sorrel and Quinny. They'd be alive today if Lum hadn't sent them to clear out a manticore den for no good reason. She jams her fingers against the governor's chest. The only threat to our colony here is you. Lum's smile doesn't change, but his eyes go cold. He snatches Utopia's hand and calmly, slowly, crushes her hollow palm crystal with his thumb. You can hear the crunch of the bones of her hand before her feed cuts out. Utopia yelps as her knees buckle with the pain, her bravado gone. She holds her broken hand to her chest and is too shocked to resist when Lum shoves her off stage. This is why my rebellion is building constantly. I hate this dude. The crowd is stunned into silence as well. Lum clears his throat and approaches the end of the stage, looming tall over the council. Thank you for your input, he says icily. Your concerns have been noted. This isn't the buffoon Lum presents on his daily hollow vlogs, or the nuisance he is when he visits a worksite. You see something in his eyes you only caught glimmers of before. Hatred. You Stratos are lucky we didn't crush you under our boots and take your colony by force. He sneers. Before we got here, this colony was doomed. You're only alive because I was merciful. Just a bunch of burnt-out hippie fugitives. Rude. What was your plan on surviving out here? Wishful thinking, singing songs, and talking to animals? Laughter ripples through the Helios. You, he gestures to the council, then jerks his thumb at his chest, need us, not the other way around. I'm done pretending I need to listen to your opinions. If you want to live, you'll do what I say. This is what they left Earth to get away from, but you chased them down like they were fugitives. He stares at Dr. Instance, who glares at him with hate in her eyes as she tends Utopia's hand. Maybe it's time to clean house, he threatens. We need team players here, ones who share one vision for the future of Vertemna. After a few tense moments, Squee clears their throat. Sir, shall I continue with the traditional formalities now? Lum scowls down at Squee, then throws his hands in the air. Whatever. Do it if it makes you feel better. You're all cowards. And you are too hungry for power and war, and you want to destroy this planet that was peacefully existing until we arrived, and of course they attacked us because we're the invaders. Crazy how that works. He turns and stalks off the stage, his marching band scrambling to follow him with his exit sign. As promised, there are no contests this year, but there's plenty of food and alcohol. As the suns begin to set, the Helios, including Vase and Nem, head straight for it and look ready to party into the night. The other teams seem a little less at ease. Well, that Nem is being included in Helios. I know she picked up their ideology, she's part of their soldiers, but she's still Stratos, and she's still my girl, alright? So, Dis, quite predictably, has already left. Party with Helios, and we actually get to hang out with Nem, hang out with the Stratos and their teens, but no. It's become pretty much tradition for me to hang out with Dis, since, the Helios peoples arrived. You don't find Dis on the walls, or in the robotics lab, or any of his usual hiding places. Not even congruents can get a read on his location. You might have an idea where he could be, though. You creep up on Sim and Dis meeting in secret outside the colony walls. Trust me, Dis, I'm not concerned, Sim says, his hand resting on Dis's shoulder entreatingly. The planet is in no danger of being subjugated by humans. You don't get it, Dis exclaims. They're really serious. They're gonna use bombs. You've seen bombs, right? Explosions. What if they cut down every tree, or poison the rivers, or... Sim smiles patronizingly. I forget sometimes that you're so human, he says, and Dis scowls. You're stuck in time, unable to see beyond the next 100 years. Even if your species manages to wipe all life from this continent, we will simply bring it back again. It may take 20,000 years, but this planet will outlive you. Dis knocks Sim's hand away and wipes his eyes. Why are you always so calm? He spits out. Other gardeners aren't like this. Other gardeners know that humans are dangerous. Sim sighs, closing the distance between them and folding Dis into a gentle hug, like one would approach a biting animal. I'm not like other gardeners, not anymore, just like you're not like your humans. Dis sniffles and buries his head in Sim's tattered clothing. I wish you'd let me help, he murmurs, almost too quiet for you to hear. I feel like I should probably just leave quietly. You sneak back the way you came, dodging Vase and his reveling friends. They've somehow wrangled themselves a live trippet and are in the process of skewering it to roast over a big bonfire. You can hear its dying squeals from here, and shortly after that, smell the sweet charred scent of it roasting over the flame. Ah, yeah, great, love that. The party continues well into the night, with more feasting and dancing for those who support Governor Lum and his war against this planet. Ooh, suddenly we're hazy. The week after Vertumnilia is one of the hottest since you landed. You're supposed to take time off for a much-needed break, but it's just so humid and awful. Tempers are short. Shortly after the festival, you start seeing graffiti cropping up everywhere. It seems that a lively, if not particularly civil, conversation between the two factions is being held on the flat surfaces of the colony. And I'm more stressed, thanks. Lum announces a zero-tolerance policy for political graffiti, but you notice that not every tag is being removed, just the ones against the war, of course. The atmosphere of the colony is oppressive, as thick as the choking dust heat itself. Everywhere you try to relax, people just want to talk about... Oh, everywhere you try to relax, people just want to talk about the war. To make matters worse, the sweltering nights are making your nightmares intense again. You return to work feeling more stressed than before. Thanks. Love that for me. It's wonderful. Nami's birthday? Yes, Nami's birthday. Let's just gonna give you a gift. I don't even remember what you like. Flowers? Is it flowers? Please tell me it's flowers. Okay, she likes that. Oh, I can talk to her. Cool. You find not or them. Sorry, I keep saying she because it's the bright pink color flower. Them. Their pronouns are they. You find Nami in the lounge, flanked by 2 hollow screens and doodling in a sketchbook with real paper. One hollow screen is playing an animated kids show, while the other is a wall of text. Looks like it might be a translation guide of some kind. Nami's attention moves between the 3 easily. When they see you, they jump and quickly close their hollow screens, sitting up straight, clutching their sketchbook to their chest. Oh, hi, Solana. They giggle, rubbing the back of their head charmingly. How you doing? Is that in a different language? Yeah, Nami says, wringing their nose. It's better in the original language, but the subtitles don't tell the whole story either. I hate when that happens, but I get it. Nami sets their sketchbook aside and looks around conspiratorially. Thought you were gonna bust me for jailbreaking my holopad, they said. All the Helio kids have restrictions on what we can watch and for how long, but you guys have so many more cartoons than we have. Nami throws their arms in the air. Like the first season of Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform. What? I'm just gonna say I love that. We're just gonna go with the flow. I don't know what that is, but it's fine. What? Cries Nami, slapping their hands on their cheeks. Really? It's the best cartoon ever made. What else has schoolgirls who look like aircraft from the waist down, battling evil aliens while dealing with the stresses of high school life? I'm sorry, what did I just agree to say that I liked? Schoolgirls who look like aircraft from the waist down? What? Alright. You have to agree. You're pretty fond of the arc in the 3rd season where Kamiya and Otako disagreed about whether Harukura could truly be considered a hyperjet if she was part helicopter. The Helio Media Archive has only had season 2 through 9 and only 3 of the OVAs, Nami said, puffing their cheeks out. I can't believe the 4th OVA, Flight Captain Yumiko gets captured by the aliens and brainwashed into thinking she's been an alien sleeper agent this whole time. Man, sometimes I hate that Nami talks really fast, but I gotta stay true to the character. You hadn't seen the 1st season? Nami shrugs and pokes one finger into their cheeks. Spaceship kids may do. You don't have to know everything about something you like in order to call yourself a fan, Nami continues. Just liking it with all your heart is good enough. Nami laughs and flips over their sketchbook, showing off some of their drawings. I was drawing some fan art for the show, they say. Well, it's kind of fan art. Okay, it's really more like if I was a character in Hypergirl Turbojet Transform. What kind of aircraft would you be? I'm also thinking that might have said she earlier. They. I don't know why the pink is really making me think. I'm brainwashed and thinking pink is for girls. Pink was originally for guys. What is wrong with the way I was raised? I said like I wasn't raised in a super open family. I was. I just brain no do sometimes. Nomi blinks at you, clearly stunned by your interest. Well, okay, kind of. You see, all the cool aircraft are already taken, and it's rude to be a double. They press the tips of their index fingers together and look thoughtful. Sometimes I draw my character, as something weird, like a hot air balloon. But I think it would be kind of cool if I was the only regular human in the Turbo Girl Hyperjets. Not being part jet. Or aircraft, I guess. That's fair. That's fair. You don't want to be a double. Especially if none of them are doubles themselves. Back out, I guess. Oh, this. You spot Dis about to head out on an expedition. He's carrying a full backpack with a second one at his feet full of surveying equipment. As you approach, you realize he's writing in a notebook. An actual notebook, with paper and everything. Braced on his knee with one foot on his equipment. He looks up at you as you approach and closes his notebook, slipping it into the jacket pocket over his heart. "Oh, hey, Solana," he says, and tucks the pen behind his ear. "Are you coming too? That's cool. Maybe we'll be posted near each other." "What were you writing?" "Just stuff," Jeff says dismissively. "I like writing on paper. It feels more real, you know? And it's more private than having everything on your holopalm where people could find it." You beg him for more details. Just huffs through his nose, but he looks amused. "Just stuff," he repeats. "How I'm feeling, what the weather is like, what people are doing around the colony. I like observing people." "He's got a journal. That's cute." And of course I could flirt. Of course this is an opportunity to flirt. "Sometimes I pretend I'm alien," he continues, "and I'm studying how people act so I can blend in." "You're human." I don't want to tell him he's human though. "Can I see?" Dis thinks about this for a second. Okay, he says, taking the notebook out of his pocket. He wraps the elastic that keeps it shut around a section at the back and hands it over. "Just don't look at that back half. It's private." "That's fair. I won't." You flip through the first half. Like Dis said, it's mostly mundane notes about things that are going on in the colony, who's going where on expedition, what they're serving in the canteen, various snippets of gossip. There are several pages of sketches, what look like diagrams of the colony's buildings and walls. You're surprised. You didn't know Dis could draw. He was only drawing when we were children. Why am I surprised now? Go for the secret section? No, I'm just gonna give it back. You hand it back, and Dis secrets it into his pocket. Oh, he puts it away, I guess. Dis secrets it into his jacket pocket. "See? I just like knowing stuff," he says shyly. He stoops to pick up the surveying equipment as Utopia calls for all hands to board the expedition vehicles. Then he's gone without another word. I'm also getting on that expedition vehicle, okay, because I'm going. The store nearby literally only has a collectible. Surveying the ridge has one event. So we should go to some of these other ones, I guess. I don't need perception or animals, so this would literally just give me friendship with Dis. Which is already almost full. Let's just forage in the valley, I guess. It's perception and biology. I'll give me some biology. I only really did this when they were absolutely starving, though. Just for me to still mess up and not study anything I found here. So I guess it didn't really matter all too much. Didn't make a difference in the end. Okay, I'm not particularly stressed, but I am just going to keep doing my thing. Or I'm just going to go to the end. The Rickies around here are adorable. Hey, Sim. Ooh, that was a new one next to him that I don't think I've ever seen. You think you see Sim running through the trees up ahead, near the edge of a cliff. You call out to him, but your voice is drowned out by a screeching roar that shakes the forest. A manticore. You're feeling a remarkable lack of self-preservation today, so you holster your scanner and follow the noise through the trees. You find Sim fending off not one, but 3 manticores at the edge of the cliff, his back to the fatal drop behind. He's bleeding profusely from his hairline, and his left arm hangs uselessly at his side. He doesn't even register your presence as he tries to calm the beast with soothing sounds. One of the manticores knocks Sim off of his feet, and your heart lurches as a spray of stones scatter down the cliff. The beasts have him completely at their mercy. The lead manticore's delicate feet pin Sim's tattered clothing to the ground, spittle drooling from its misshapen jaws. Then you watch Sim's expression twist with an emotion you've never seen in him before. Fear. It's a hard combat challenge, even though my combat's really high, but we're gonna try to save Sim. Alright, what do I got? What do I got? I gotta get 94! What is this chaos? 94. We'll just do some 2s. It's only 14. I've got all the stress in the world I can burn, though, if necessary. So. And I've got a bajillion yellow flowers and crystal clusters. How much crystal clusters is just to redraw my hand. but a bajillion yellow flowers. Thing is, I need them to be physical, and that's the Xeno eggs, which is what Nem likes. Let's see. We can toss out some 4s, some 5s, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. What if we make that there? Because that is a value of wild, which gives me a nice straight. I have to get 48 on this. Oh my goodness. Card to right becomes 5. Then we'll just put that there. We won't do the rest of that madness. 40. I need 48. Add 2 to this card. 46. Man, it's so close. It's so close. We'll just push through for the stress instead of spending my stuff. Plus 1 combat. Nice. Somehow, using all of your strength and then more, you defeat the lead manticore. The 2 smaller ones scatter, hissing their displeasure and biting at each other. With the death of their alpha, negotiating their new pack dynamics should distract them for a while. Are you okay? Sim waves you off with the arm that doesn't hang limp at his side. I'm fine, he gasps. I feel pain, but it does not control my behavior as much as it seems to in humans. You and Sim both collapse into the dirt, breathing hard. Your head is spinning with adrenaline and a little bit of blood loss, to be honest. As you look over at Sim, he looks similarly stunned. That was impressive, Solana, he says. I had no idea you were such an adept warrior. It's thrilling, actually. His gaze drops to your mouth and then back to your eyes. And that is why I have the option to kiss him. But, no, again, I'm not. I am loyal to my girl, Nem. So, I'm glad that's over. You are both startled by a crashing sound from the trees. One of the 2 remaining manticores breaks through the tree line and roars at you, blood and spittle spraying from its ravenous jaws. There is no sign of the other, clearly lesser, manticore. Run, Sim gasps, pulling you both to your feet. He gives you a push and you start running parallel to the cliff, trying to get some distance before it's safe to duck back into the trees. You don't hear Sim behind you. You whirl around just in time to see Sim clash with the manticore, grappling its huge front claws as it pushes him closer to the edge of the cliff with a dancer-like strength. Go, Sim yells, rocks scattering down the cliff by his feet. Please, Solana, just go. You don't even have a chance to be a hero. The manticore takes Sim's neck in its jaws and he screams in pain. No! No! He better live. He better use his alienness. He better live. Let's look at that blue blood. Sim locks eyes with you one more time. Once more as time slows to a crawl, then speeds up as he grabs hold of the manticore and launches himself backwards off the cliff. They're gone before you can scream. You rush to the edge, too late to catch even his trailing, tattered coat. It's a long way down, and the wind buffets your face viciously. You try to blink away the image of their bodies falling through the air, now seared into your memory. Sim's Curiosity 2. +7 if this is the only mental card. Gain status in mourning. Did he just die? He had to die from getting mourning. But wait. This is the image for Sim's Curiosity 2. Does that mean there's another Sim's Curiosity 2 with a different image? For me to be able to get Sim's Curiosity 3? I'm also super stressed now. You turn away from the smudges at the bottom of the cliff, but you still see it. You sit down, stunned, and stay that way for a long time. How can he be gone? Just like that? Dead. There won't be any funeral for him, the alien who would be human. It's not like you can bring his remains home to be properly recycled. It's a small comfort that at least out here it won't be long until nature takes its course. Sim would probably have wanted that, you think? With a heavy heart, you return to the transport station. You just want to go home. Alright, that's... That's tragic. It's very tragic. The music is even sad. Can I talk to him about it? Oh, yep, I can. Sims, what? This doesn't believe what you're telling him. But I just saw him. You're lying. He can't be dead. He refuses to listen and just keeps repeating that you must be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. But the music is sad. I've got in mourning. Like, it has to be. And Rex wants to talk to me, of course. You spot Rex carrying supplies and big pieces of wood into a huge tarped up section at the end of the lounge. He waves at you. Well, as much as a wave as he can do with his arms full of mushwood. Hey, Lissalana, he calls out to you. Have you come to see the bar? You give him a questioning look. The bar? You don't know Rex super well. You've never heard anything about a bar. He gestures to the tarps. My bar, he says. I've been working on a special project ever since I joined the construction crew. The colony needed a place to cut loose, you dig? He looks up, beaming with pride. I think it's about halfway done. You take a look at what you can see. Rex has kept it all pretty well tarped up and hates letting people inside to peek, but you can tell it's big. Perhaps a little too big. Ambitious, maybe, for a first solo construction project. But Rex has had a lot of help from his crew and from the whole colony. He'd have to be able to find enough wood. I'm sure it'll be great. Rex comes over to you and slings you in a one-armed hug. Just seeing you makes me super energized, he says. I can almost hear the music now. That's right, the bar's gonna have live music. You know anyone who plays an instrument? It's gonna work double time to finish this place. If you wanna help, bring me all the mushwood you can find. I've got mushwood, actually. Help Rex build something. Run down tech. Oh, I have enough engineering for that. Cool. We find Rex sitting in the bowl of one of the unfinished buildings, taking a hit of a rolled cigarette that smells powerfully skunky. Great. He jumps a little when he sees you before relaxing. Oh, it's only you, Solana. Says, waving at the cloud of fumes and giving you a squinty-eyed smile. Don't mind me, just testing some of the latest crops for quality assurance. Sure, let's help you build something. Actually, I'm working on something right now. Rex is producing a holo projector. It looks so familiar. Wait, it's the holo projector you used to watch vids on in the critch. It had been broken down since the critch was destroyed. Somebody help me could fix this up. I want to have indoor movie nights. You'll Rex bring the holo projector back to life, then help him make an outdoor theater for it, complete with overhead lights and comfortable places to pile up your bedding. Aunt Anne provides the snacks. Rex looks at you with pride. We just have to figure out what to play for our opening night. Alright. Sure. I gotta give Cal his present. Oh, I can do the other thing with Cal, too. Because it's biology 80 or greater. Cal is hauling a huge bag of fertilizer, the muscles in his arms bulging as he staggers past. Hey, Solana, he grunts, dropping to his feet. Whew, I'd like to see a soldier do that. I found something you might like. What does Cal like? I want to be sure. Yep, I was pretty sure the little flubber food. You like this? You know I love to eat. I know. Alright, what are you working on? So I could have read this up here. Cal is sitting cross-legged at the top of the gardening shed, his face turned towards the sun. He cracks open one eye when he realizes you're watching him. I like to spend a little bit of time every day communing with the planet, said, smiling down at you. I think it's kind of important to think about why we're here and what we're doing, you know? But what are you working on? Cal is looking a little sickly. Well, I found this really pretty flower growing in the garden. Never seen it before. You take a look at it. Wait, you've seen these before. It's a rad plant. You teach cow how to close their petals so they're not dangerous. Heh. No increase because of the morning state. Thanks. Wow, thanks, Cal says. I feel better already. You're a botanical genius, said Lena. You sent her to medbay for treatment for radiation sickness? Anyway. Yeah, Cal, maybe don't. Mess with radioactive flowers? Bro? I don't know if I want to keep going or call it here, because it's already been 3 hours. Let me be right back, get a snack, and deliberate on that. Alright. I have decided that I will play until 5:30. That's roughly 30 more minutes. Just so we're not ending this on a death. So, we're gonna go back out and explore some more. Where was I foraging? Boss event remaining. I need that. I need a boss event. I realize I hardly explored anything because of my encounter with Sim. I literally just talked to Sim and had that whole encounter, and then went home. You find a trippet, a large, tasty plant. This one's huge. It's practically taller than you are. Harvest some stalks. You start breaking off the freshest and youngest looking shoots. The plant shudders. We're gonna analyze that shudder. And of course it's a 3-round one. Sometimes I wish that it was not a 3-round one. Which I know, technically, I could just do I could do a little skip thing or whatever. But I don't feel like just skipping it. Because you never know what result it's going to give you. And I don't want a bad result because I chose to skip, you know? For each unplayed card. Oh yeah, that's right. That one sucks. And of course it's gonna, it doesn't matter which order it's gonna be, let me just... And of course, this is now in reverse order, and I wish it could be... wish the thing could go the other way. But if I flipped it all around, it ain't gonna be like that. It ain't gonna be like that. Might as well just do this. It's whatever. Right. 19. I only need 18, and I will do flawlessly at achieving that. No issues. And of course that becomes that way purely under the basis that I can't. Whatever. +6 if it's there. Boom. Nothing's in order. Who cares? Super goal achieved. Yeah, this plant is alive and sentient, like an animal. It is definitely not happy that you're ripping its limbs off. It's hard to tell if it's in pain, really, but you'd say discomfort at least. All the same, I'm gonna stop. You know what? I knew that trippets could move. I don't know why I never did. Yeah, no, something what you're doing just feels wrong. You make a note on your map where it is, but oddly, you never find it again. Because it moves, as we know by the trippets we have at home. That they can book it, too, if they really wanted to. They can just book it. Let's see, the boss thing is around here, I think. Oh, that whatever. It's okay. You come out of the trees into a large grassy clearing. In the middle is a, well, you can only describe it as a pedestal. In the middle of a cradle of flowers sits a massive egg, easily larger than any egg you've seen before. It's white with red flecks, and it's just sitting there in the middle of the empty clearing, totally unprotected. Last time I encountered this, I left it, so just for the sake of exploring things, we're gonna take it. Even though I don't feel like I should. You put one foot up on the pedestal to brace yourself. This thing is huge. However, as you do, the pedestal starts moving, and it starts growling. Its flowering appendages unfurl to reveal the face of a manticore. It narrows its feline eyes at you and rumbles in warning as it stands to its full, terrifying height. You've figured out where the egg came from. With your arm full of egg, you can't really fight. Your choices are limited. All of these seem like bad options. But we're going to keep the egg, because I really just want to know what's going to happen. And this first playthrough is all about exploring. It doesn't have to be the wisest decision to still be the decision I choose to make. Because, you know, we're just trying to have fun and do things. Nummy's enthusiasm. That's adorable. Alright, let's just get the lowest. Oh, never mind. That one's actually really good to have. +6 if that card is there, which this is going to ruin any sort of organization I have if I do that, so. This becomes a 10 if that's the only one, and that both becomes 10. That means I can't put any of these higher cards. What if I do it this way? Becomes a wild? Oh, does wild ruin it too? Wild, in fact, does ruin it too. We know this now. It does, in fact, ruin it. What if we do that? That's 33. 33 either way. Let's do it this way. Now I only need 15. Super easy to accomplish. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Boom. Oh. 5, 4. There we go. Nice. I was like, why is it not doing it? But it's because wild counts as everything, so it gets all the negatives as well. Ah, yes, more toughness. Only 4 away. You stumble blindly through the clearing towards the relative safety of the trees, the cumbersome egg blocking your view of your own feet. You fall a few times, just barely managing to scramble out from the claws of the manticore. You eventually find a member of the expedition's protection squad, who fires a warning shot with their plas rifle over the manticore's head. It roars in defiance and slinks into the trees. The egg's pretty addled from all of the running and falling. If it was going to hatch before, it certainly won't now. You get a ship ton of kudos for it, and it's super tasty. So I murdered anything that would have been in there from all the running. Lovely, thanks for telling me that. This is going so great and helping me mourn over my loss. Fantastic, even. Let's go pick up this pretty flower. Oh, Utopia's over here. We'll go talk to Utopia first and then deal with the Manticore, which is apparently the boss event. The paths are narrow and in constant need of repair. There's a team working here, trying to repair where one of the jelly arches has collapsed and covered the path in 30 centimeters of sticky goop. Utopia waves you over. Hey, Zelana, can you give us a hand? We can't get vehicles through here until this is cleared. It's going to take all day. You might have a better plan. I have a better plan. Using biology. Easy biology challenge. Pretty much the only... I've got one thing in each of these others that's good. Everything else is just pure physical. Why I took this route? Who knows? I really don't. Haha. Jinxed you out there. You're going to do the -4, but it's becoming 3 either way. Which that is a horrible spot for it to be forcing a 3 of all cards. So. But, you know. It is what it is, I guess. Because I can't really say much about it. What's it matter anyways? 21. I just gotta get 20. Somehow. Value is wild. Oh my goodness. That's the best thing I could have. Is a wild value. 8, 7. I need a 6 though. That would only become a 6 if I leave it. And that could be a 5. Ooh. 8, 7. Again, I would need a 6, but it's okay. I hit my super goal. Let's just move on. Not dwell on it. Oh yeah, you've seen this stuff desiccate in low humidity, like in dust. You throw powdered desiccant all over it and let physics do its work. It's easier to plow through a bunch of plumped up granules of desiccant gel than it is to shovel all the slimy muck. You save a few hours. Nice. I don't get any biology because, again, I am in mourning. Now let's face this manticore. Oh, there was something I could have picked up. Oh well. Oh. You come across a terrible scene. A manticore has cornered a little hopeye and is playing with it, batting it around and catching it over and over. The hopeye is screeching in terror. It's a horrible thing to watch. I guess we'll try to break up the fight, just because it's an easy challenge. Why are you like this, game? Why are you like this? Now that I have an issue here, this one's kept between rounds, so let's do that one instead. That's going to be just permanently locked there. Rip, I suppose. Let's see. If I just put a 3, it won't stay a 3, and this one definitely won't stay a 3 either. Whatever, we'll just keep it. I'm already over my goal anyways, so it's just anything. It's just anything, really. I don't have another 6. That can be it, though. Because it says value is wild, so 5, 4. And now we just need a 3. Nice. Super goal was 7. Nice. Well, 7 over, I assume. What was that? It's okay. You quietly climb up into a tree first. Manticores can't climb trees. You're pretty sure you remember hearing that. You try to scare the attacker away by hooting and throwing rocks. You put on your scary face and try to frighten it away. The Manticore is so annoyed by your throwing rocks and making a ruckus that it turns its attention to you. It roars in anger. Shivers of fear run up your spine. That's definitely a better scary face than yours. The Hopeye, who had been playing dead, suddenly leaps to its feet and bounds off into the jungle. Putting on your scary face is a nice wild card. The Manticore is now very angry with you. It rears up and digs its claws into your tree. You hold on for dear life as the tree shakes. It roars and rustles its mane at you, pacing back and forth under the tree. Then it sniffs around where the Hopeye had been, grunting one last time in frustration, and wanders off into the jungle. You stay in that tree for another full hour before you dare to come down. Scary, but you saved the little Hopeye's life. Let's keep exploring. I don't know if there's any more collectibles around. Oh, there's one right there. But I think I'm about at the end. I say that I don't think there's any more collectibles. He immediately finds more collectibles. Ooh. But I am definitely towards the end. So we're just going to start doing some of these. Oh, it's your field of butter dandies. Hello, gorgeous flowers. You enjoy a few minutes of taking the majesty of the carpet of beautiful flowers. Enjoy them without picking. I have so many yellow flowers that I really don't need anymore. So we're just going to enjoy them. You lie down among the flowers and breathe in their sweet perfume. Insects lazily circle overhead, and their droning lulls you into a much-needed nap. Nice! I can do even more now. We're going to look at the Ricky one. A curious Ricky blocks your path. It's acting strange. It keeps scurrying up trees and hanging upside down to get a different angle to look at you, and dropping down when you try to pass underneath. Maybe small, but it's at least attempting to be intimidating. That must mean something. It's not interested in your pet, Ricky. It's interested in you. Even Squiddly Fedderson looks unsure and hides between your legs. We're just going to approach it with another easy break. Why are all of these bounds? Did I not get rid of that? I swear. I'm going to have to go back to the spa. The only 3 I've got... Oh, any of them can become 3. If any of them can become 3, let's just do that. Which I know is going to make that a 3. But whatever. 16. That gives me stress. So we're definitely not going to want to stress that out. I hate when they put card becomes 3 this early in the thing. Because it just ruins any other semblance of what I'm trying to do. Who cares about 3 right there, you know? Unchangeable. Love you. Even though you're still just 4, it's still a little better, so. 4, 3, 0. Let's put that one over there so I can... Oh, nope. There we go. You do ruin it, don't you? You certainly do ruin it. That's a nice 33 just by having that there. Nice. Super cool. More bravery. Ricky runs up your legs. Oh yeah, I don't really care. I just want to get through some of these events so I can go home and rest. I'm hoping maybe I can get to the end of the year, though I might not get that in 30 minutes. You come across a curious sponge-like hive, pockmarked with holes containing wriggly grubs and oozing a sweet-smelling syrup. Atop the hive is what appears to be the hive queen, looking like, oh, wait, her soul and abdomen is the hive. She's rooted here, probably drawing nutrients from the soil like a plant while she tends to her larvae. Utopia mentioned that these a squeaker hive. Sneak up and harvest honey. It's an easy animal challenge, probably 3 rounds. Always 3 rounds. It's gonna drive me insane. Don't have another 2, so we might as well just do this. You could be the highest value. Very much could make you the highest value. Let's see, 9, 8, 7, and 6. boom. And now I can just slap whatever I want over here. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Nice. I really overshot my super goal, but it's okay. Who needs it? The calm hive queen has only a rudimentary danger sense. Squidgear hives can be very defensive when they sense danger to their young, but so long as you don't set off the workers or the larvae, you're free to walk right up to her. You gently avoid hurting any of the babies as you scrape her copious honey into a collector. Ooh, wrong way. Okay. I can do probably about 2 more before I have to head home and rest. You come across a veritable feast of berry bushes. Loopy, sagging bushes with enormous purple berries. They look delicious. Research them first. So many rounds. So many rounds. Why so many? Well, if I do this, this just becomes a 2. Difficulties, difficulties, difficulties. All cards become... They already are. This one's really good. I don't do that, though. That one's also really good. Why do they all have to be so good? 6 to the last card. Just do that for yourself, I guess. None of these options are good, so we're just gonna try to skip this round a bit. Let's see. What if we do this? That just makes those a nice 10. Well, it was the other way around, because then that could be 9 and 10. Oh yeah, I can't put that one up there because I need that to be... Okay. It's whatever, honestly. I'm not getting the best of every one of these, and at this point I don't really care to. Look at that. I got my super goal by throwing a bunch of things together because I wasn't trying that hard. Oh, these purple berries? They're not even in the Holopedia as berries. There comes some kind of explosive seed pod. You take a few steps back, careful not to set one off. See, I set them off from safe distance last time, so let's harvest them. It's gonna be risky. It seems like it, because I got stressed. As soon as you get your hand around one of the fist-sized berries, you hear a pop and feel a rush of heat against your face. These aren't berries, they're exploding seed pods. Literally. You stop, drop, and roll to beat out the tiny flickers of fire on your coat. You're lucky it wasn't worse. Just a little extra stress. It was probably unnecessary, but I was like, I want to see what the other option is. I only built bravery from the get-go. I might as well be brave. Ooh, the other Ricky. This is going to be the last one I can do, though, before I have to go home. Vrickies are carnivores. You think the juveniles are too small to take out anything larger than an insect? Not so much the case with this one. The Vricky blocking your path is pretty large. Probably about as tall as your waist, and it's growling at you over a carcass of something even bigger, which seems to be missing its head. You're not sure if it killed or scavenged the dead animal, but it's dragged it into the path and looks ready to fight you for it. I'll just wait for it to leave. Look, and already I am max stressed. Too worn out and tired to continue. I just could have just chose not to do that one and go do a different one. It's okay. Wait, did you take my biology down one? It's wild. Early wet. Okay. Early wet is Mars, right? Yeah. So, as long as nobody needs to talk to me in this early wet season here, we're gonna see if Mem wants to hang out and then relax on the walls. Need some time off? Yeah, I know. Mem. Okay. Nope. Mem is what? Oh, that's the hand-to-hand combat. Alright, let's just go. What's the gym? Select a basic card to upgrade. Does that just bring it up to 1? I can buy back basic baby cards. Why would I want to upgrade that? Oh, there was something. I needed to go to the spa. I wanted to get rid of some of my other memories that I forgot to get rid of before. Okay, value is wild is okay. We're gonna forget stress cry. Let's see. Which was it? This one. Set neighbors to this value. I hate that one. Because it's just one. Why would I want to set everything to 1? Seems really silly of me. Like, it's okay if it's a higher number. But it's just 1. Probably should forget hurting a friend. Then he said it wasn't him that I hurt, so maybe I shouldn't forget that. Okay, we forgot some of them that I needed, and now we're gonna go hang out on the walls. So we gotta get this up as well. Feminine appearance in late teens, yeah, because I do be femme. Alright, let's go relax because I spent far too long exploring. And look at the memories. Oh, it didn't give me a text this time. Yeah, I want to keep these memories. Mid-wet. Somebody's birthday mid-wet. Oh, vase. I guess, just so it's in my records. I want to see if all the birthdays carry over to new playthroughs. Oh, yeah. I actually happen to have something for you. Who told you it was my birthday? Vase asks, accepting the pulsating device. Whatever this is, it looks dangerous. It's a good thing you brought it to me. That's why I brought it to you. I assumed you'd like it. You find Vase in the garrison lounge, holding court with a small group of young soldiers, listening to him tell a story about his latest expedition. He's gesturing animatedly with his arms and snarling like a beast. And then I shot it out of the sodding sky. Bam, bam. Vase finishes as you approach. The gathered crowd hoots and hollers for him, which he accepts magnanimously. Looking around, you see as if it's mostly his Helio crew. You can tell from their uniformly close-cropped hair and perfect posture. But there's some faces you recognize from the colony. An enemy is here, and she shoots you a little wave. I just need more... 21. I only need bravery 21 to tell my own story? That's wild. Telling a violent tale. It's funny, that shows him in there. But it looks like it's a younger version of him, and I don't see him that young. I'll probably end up forgetting this one because it's not great to the other cards. That's okay. Tell your own heroic story. You loudly boast that Vase's story is nothing, and walk right into the crowd of listeners. All eyes turn towards you, including Vase's, who is regarding you with a curious mixture of annoyance and interest. You tell them about the time you fought during the fall of the Strato, battled the mighty Layer Flower. Actually, never mind. Fought during the fall of the Strato. You tell the story of the attack that destroyed the original colony when you were 14, and how you charged bravely into the battle instead of hiding with the other kids. Everyone listens with rapt attention as you describe the pitched battle, especially when you really lay on the gore. Dang, Vase says, clearly impressed. You must be the coolest person in this whole planet. I don't care for your compliments. I just want the dots to go away from having a talk with you. Vase's friends laughs while the colonists look at each other and smile awkwardly, already not wanting to disagree with Vase, all except for an enemy, who joins in and laughs the loudest of all. Vase kicks out another stool from his table. Well, hero, come sit beside the king. You take a seat beside Vase, crosses his arms and sits back, looking at you praisingly. I didn't think this colony made them like you, he says. I thought you were all farmers and hippies, but you I like. You've got a warrior's soul. The other heliopause teenagers look at you approvingly. The only thing this colony's good for is sport. I can't wait to get out there and shoot some aliens, Vase says. He bangs on the table with his fist. I don't even know what word that's supposed to be, really. So, but they aren't gonna know what hit him. Well, then I can flirt if I really wanted to. Love a man who can get what he wants. I don't like Base, so. Can't kill the aliens to sister home. You think you're a real hotshot, huh? Base raises an eyebrow at you. He gestures to his, well, all of himself. Obviously, he sneers. What do I have to be humble about? One of his friends punches him in the arms, and Base takes it with a cocky grin. You and Base talk a while longer. Well, mostly he talks, while you and his friends listen. Eventually the little crowd breaks up as people move on to their other duties. Base says goodbye to all of the Heliopause soldiers by name, some of the colony ones too. Nanami lingers a little longer than the rest. Catching Vase's eye, he reaches out to her, and they grasp forearms. It's good to have you around, Nanami, he says. For colony brat, you're pretty legit. Thanks, Nanami replies, eyes wide. You're pretty cool too. Nanami scuttles away quickly after that. Her face is red. Well, this is probably, like, the dialogue was written essentially back when they would have liked each other, or even when they were dating. Maybe before they were dating, I think. Eventually, it's just the two of you left. Base stands up and puts his hands on his hips, surveying the garrison, his kingdom. All we did on the Heliopause was train for this exact moment, he said. We were literally made for this. We're the best of the best. He leans into your space and fixes you with a wolfish smile, which makes me the best thing to happen to this planet since it started crapping out oxygen. Don't you forget it. I really don't care, Base. I really don't. I should talk to an enemy. I don't know. I think it's probably once. Oh, no. I can. A couple times a year. I can have a date. Nem is watching. Oh, that's the other hand. Let's spend some time together, Nem. Yeah, I can swing that. Head to the canteen. Nem confesses that it's been forever and a day since she had a meal she didn't eat standing up. So you take her to the canteen to grab some lunch. It's nice to spend time with her, and you even coax a laugh out of her by sculpting a lewd figure out of your mashed trippet. Solana, she says, mock scandalized. We hope you hide the evidence. You find it hard to mind when she eats off your plate. At least someone's taking care of her. That one's always a cute one. I don't know I'm drawing something lewd in my mashed stuff, but it's still cute. This evening, when Dis isn't in his quarters or his usual spot near the expedition vehicles, you have a sixth sense of where to find him. His old, secret hideout, in the big drainage pipe under the wall, where he still goes sometimes when he needs to escape and be alone. Sure enough, there he is at the entrance of the pipe. But something's wrong. He's fidgeting with a package furtively. His head jerks up as you approach and he clutches it to his chest. You can barely believe your eyes, but you know a bomb when you see one. What are you doing? Dis stares at you for a few moments, weighing the truth. I'm leaving, he says eventually. Noctilescent made me a deal. Sabotage the colony during the next attack. They'll let me become a gardener. Don't get in my way, Solana, he says. I don't want to hurt you. I don't have the empathy to stop him. So I'm just going to have to use my friendship with him, which I'm so glad is where it is. It's barely over 90. To tell him to please don't do it. Because I know he wants to be a gardener. I know he wants to be separate from the planet. But he shouldn't sabotage the colony. That'll kill all of us. I know that he doesn't really care about the colonists, but some part of him will, I'm sure. Please don't do this. Dis looks stunned, but shakes his head. It's not about you, Solana, he says. I'm going to do this. Except for you, there's nothing for me here. The only thing that makes me feel, well, looks down at the package in his hands and sighs. Human. No one has to know. Just give me the bomb. Dis clutches the explosives in his chest tightly and lets out one shuddering sigh. Okay, he says finally. Okay, I just... He shakes his head and hands it over to you. Take it, he says, before I change my mind. You dispose of the deadly package and thank all the gods from all the religions you can name that you were here tonight to stop this. I almost want to know what happens if I let him go through with it. Obviously I'm not gonna go back. Not like an autosave to change that. But I wonder. I wonder. Also, I don't think I've picked anything up for research, but it never hurts to attempt every now and then. Your parents and the other colonists who were born on Earth didn't really expect to find identifiable mushrooms, plants, and animals on Vertemna. They were expecting something a little more alien. Crystal or light-based organisms, for example, relying on entirely different chemical processes than the carbon-based life forms of Earth. Not like anyone's complaining, though. A breathable atmosphere is pretty neat. Yeah, it is. It is pretty nice to not have to worry about oxygen. 5, 4, 3, and 3. Nice, I got the super cool, even though it's not at all the nice straight, but it's okay. More biology. Dipped into that last bit pool there. Nice. So yeah, I definitely didn't get anything new to research. Late wet. Time to go give my gifts for these late wet guys. And since we're trying to get through the year, I'm probably not going to go out and explore right now, so... Being outside the walls is incredible, Dis says. Lets out a big sigh. There's a freedom out there I've never felt in my whole life. He shoulders his backpack and looks out at the wilderness. When I'm back at the colony, all I care about is when I can get back out there again. Does this interest you, Dis? I know. Don't worry, I'm gonna go give Tang a gift, too. Let's see. Nice. I only have half a heart left to get with Dis. Tang! Tang! Oh, that I'm shouting like that makes any difference. I cannot tell if it's hubris to believe humanity will become the dominant species on Vertemna as we were on Earth. Tang muses, watching a dorsal float by. If nothing else, it's certainly survivorship bias. The family tree of humanoid species has many dead branches, so to speak. Humans are weak, defenseless, fragile, inefficient, and short-lived, Tang says. There's only a few of our many faults. Yeah, we dominated Earth. I have to believe that it's possible to do the same here. I have something for you. You like the medicinal roots, right? Not that I have many of them. But, there you go. You can have that. Nice. Mostly just caring about her birthdays got me to over half friendship with her. I did already have a date with Nem, so I doubt I'll have another. Correct. What do I want to do? Mostly I just go out. You know what? Let's do some combat stuff, I guess. Why not? Guard duty gives me 3 combat. Defense training gives me 2, but gives me friendship with an enemy. Not that I need friendship with an enemy, so we'll just do guard duty. There's not usually much animal activity this time of year. Every so often, you're called to deal with a hop eye that snuck in or some other nonsense. Mostly, you walk around and wait to be useful. You fill the time by listening to audiobooks, especially ones for school. There are a lot of ways to get school credit, and you're lucky you can do a bit of studying while at work. I haven't gone to school in years. I just kind of dropped that, which is wild. 3s. Ooh. Oh. This is the best way to go about it, though. Because those are now 10. We'll add the stress of that. It's okay. 43. Ooh, that makes such a huge difference. The thing is, I don't want the bonus to go down of having that. But what if I do this? Yep, nope, that's generally just not enough. Alright, well, it doesn't have to be a super goal. It's okay. I still got 7. I got 5 combat from that, which means I'm already almost done on combat, which is nice. More kudos. Some bravery, too, which is even better, so. Alright, it's glow time now. Guess what we're doing? We're going out. Which means I probably should have cared about my stress. Sneak out to explore. This will be the last thing I do once the new year starts. I will probably call it for tonight. The colony outskirts, yes. We're gonna loot anything that is out here. So that's what we're gonna start with, as usual. Looting. Give me these things. Okay, just the manticore over here. Oh, no, there's a crystal cluster, another crystal cluster. That's a faceless. That's straight up a faceless. You know, whatever, I don't need more crystal clusters. Your explorations lead you steadily upward until you find yourself on a plateau overlooking the valley. The colony is a dark little smudge below, a break in the magnificent natural luminescence of glow. From up here, the wormhole feels so close you could touch it. You're not alone up here. Your heart leaps into your throat as you spot it, a silhouetted dark on dark under the eerie light of the wormhole. A faceless. Stay to watch it or rush on? The fact that staying to watch it needs bravery, I'm gonna do that. Atop the high plateau ringed by gnarlwood trees, the massive creature stands, staring at the sky. As you watch, mesmerized, some of its swaying tentacles open up, and a glowing dust oozes from them, rising like smoke into the night. Then, it's gone? The whole entire faceless just vanished in the blink of an eye. Did you imagine it? You rub your face, easing the sudden tension that has sprung up behind your eyeballs. I really should probably just rush home and warn the guards. But then they'll know I was out. Alright, hold on. I am being called. Be right back. back to where I was. Approach where it was standing. Their footprints here, giant footprints, each ringed with mushrooms, pushed from the moist soil by the weight of the beast. Gingerly realize you're standing in the middle of one. The faceless, if indeed one was standing here earlier, could crush you as flat as the grass beneath your feet. Saw a ring earlier and said it was from the faceless. You find other signs of it. Trees have been knocked down in a circular pattern here, and the bushes and grasses have been pushed up into one clear mound, leaving the rest of the plateau clear. You remember this place now. From your visions, from under the pyramid and the resting ridges, and from long before that, you feel as if you've always known something important will happen here. Soon. How's your weight? You stare up at the wormhole, immense in the sky above, just as you remember doing in your vision. You wait. Ooh, this is gonna constantly stress me out, isn't it? You wait. You wait. You yawn and check your holopalm. It's hard to keep track of time during glow, but it's getting late. You look around, but nothing has changed. The trees are perfectly still. I still wait. And I wait. The wormhole seems especially huge right now. Is it always so big? You imagine you can see the whole galaxies in its slowly spinning arms, tiny flecks of rainbow light being sucked into the black hole in the center. But it's so much closer than a galaxy. So close it could swallow you and all of Vertumna in its hungry, ethereal maw. I wait again. And again. And again. You wait. The forest seems to get quieter, as if it's expecting something. The wormhole swells as you stare and stare into its depths. It's been hours, and now it's well past the middle of the night. You're exhausted, but you can't look away. You feel hypnotized. Wait. And wait. You've always been waiting. You'll always be waiting. Staring up at the wormhole, being sucked into its depths. The shadow rolls over you. Look at the shadow. That's definitely a faceless. You slowly lower your gaze from where you've been staring at the wormhole for hours. Your neck stiff and sore. Straight ahead of you, what you'd earlier thought was just a shadow of a tree is the faceless. It was there all along, watching you. Takes a heavy step forward, then another. It moves gently, its feet sinking into the soft ground, pushing up phosphorescent fungi from below to explode the surface in rings of jubilant light. You don't move as it approaches. It took all your energy to look away from the wormhole, but you're still completely spellbound. The faceless looms over you, as big as a building, its zippered neck gaping grotesquely, and its tentacles wave gently through the air, tasting it, feeling it, smelling you. The end of two tentacles open, and that strange glowing mist flows up from them. It leans down. It embraces you in its tentacles, each as large as you, and you breathe in its spores. Under the eternal night of glow, the wormhole seems to swallow you both whole, and the entire planet and an infinite number of universes beside it. You feel the beckoning within you, a curious tug somewhere in your ribcage, a yearning you can't describe. You could embrace it, but that says the end, and I don't want this to be the end. Resist infinitely. You aren't ready. A small part of you demands to stay here, on this plane of consciousness. You hold your breath and bring your mind back to the present. You let the faceless touch you softly with its tentacles until it seems satisfied that you've made your decision. Then it withdraws. As you slowly disconnect from the gentle creature, you can feel its emotions, its story. You understand that it was born, like the others of its kind, in a breeding tank below the ground. Although it was sent here to destroy your colony, something changed in it that it can't be changed back. You see again the image of the faceless staring up the wormhole, transfixed as you were. It no longer feels the pull of the ley lines, the thumpers, the forces that were used to control it. It is no longer a construct or an avatar, but a free being. It only feels the dance of the wormhole now, and the natural rhythms of life itself. You stand completely still, arrested by the sudden understanding that sweeps over you. The Faceless retreats to the large mound of grasses and bushes on the other end of the plateau. A baby Faceless pokes its head out of the nest, wriggling its tentacles in greeting to its mother. The fact that I could have just ended the game there. Like, I just could have let it be the end. That's wild. To go this far and let it end is wild. Okay. Let's just go back to the colony. I know I could do some of these, but I ended up on the phone for far too long and now need to quickly do this. Approach the colony gates. Go home. Ratios end the month. Oh, no, I didn't mean to press no. Go home. Yes, go home. We gotta do the glow attack and then we'll call it there. You're heading to bed when the sirens begin to wail, heralding the beginning of the yearly Exofauna attack. Outside your window, you see the soldiers begin to form up. This year, Nem is heading up her own squad. You see her red hair bobbing along with the others as she rushes to defend the walls. Rush out after her. Nem looks at you in surprise, but nods when she sees you're ready to fight. Someone hands you a plas rifle, and you join her squad on the walls. You stand shoulder to shoulder with Nem and watch the Xeno mass on the far side of the firebreak. Look at them all, she says darkly. They just keep coming, more and more every year. What are they even waiting for? Why don't they just attack already? She shoots a look at the rest of her squad, all of them Helios, mostly young adults like you, lowers her voice. I just want to get it over with, you know, she confides in you. These Helios learn to march before they can walk. I want to prove I can handle myself as well as they can. She runs her fingers down the barrel of her plas rifle, where she stenciled the name Kombucha. A lowing from the forest draws your attention back to the enemy line. The wall of animals is approaching in eerie unison, their footsteps drumming a rumbling tattoo across the ground. Nem clutches her rifle tightly. Okay, here goes. The animals approach the wall at a steady pace and stop short of the walls. Instead, they mill around outside the colony, near the garrison. In the eerie silence, you hear the sudden crackle of plas rifle fire, and a flying creature falls to the ground. You hear Security Chief Rhett from his post on the wall telling his squad to hold their fire. His voice rings through the still, expectant air. The Xenos are just standing there. It's so quiet. The animals appear to be waiting for something. The uncomfortable impasse stretches into minutes. Till finally Nem tilts her head like she's hearing orders through her hearspeak. Okay, we're just gonna attack them, she says, her voice letting up almost as if it's a question. Her Helioborn squadmates look at her with unsure expressions, but Nem nods. Yeah, to the walls, open fire. Combat challenge. This card gets +3. That'll be nice. Let's read a neighboring red cards. We're just gonna smack a bunch of cards in there. Boom. 41 right out the gate. It's very, very nice. Okay, now I don't really have a whole lot going for me here. Let's put this here. Cards to the right card to the right becomes wild. That's okay. Let's see. Oh. Maybe we don't do it that way. There we go. So now they're all 5s. It's a good 29. Card to this way becomes 5. I guess that's okay. Card gets +3. What if we do this to make it a 6 for each unplayed card? Super goal's 32, and I got 32. Nice. Calling defense 1. You and the others open fire, joined by other squads at other points on the wall. The creatures continue to mill around as they're cut down by a hail of crackling plas fire rifle, seemingly unbothered. It's not until a few minutes pass that the creatures seem to wake up, in a sense, breaking from their holding pattern and beginning to batter the walls, as usual. Flying creatures begin to soar overhead, landing in the courtyard and attacking from within. You stay on the walls and pick off what you can, trying to keep the creatures from forming a living pyramid to scale the walls. You can hear the battering of their bodies against the gates from here, and the commotion as the gate defenders rally to keep it shut. Governor Lum comes charging up to Nim. "I need command of your squad," he says, taking them down to the courtyard to engage the enemy directly. "My squad," Nim stammers. She looks conflicted. Lum is the governor, and now ranks her as a soldier. But he's Lum. His plan is bound to be dangerous, or even suicidal. The rest of the squad are Helioborn, yes, but they're also just teenagers, like you. "Don't you disappear, spreading defenders from the walls?" she chances to suggest. You're the governor. "Yeah, we're more useful up here." More rebellion. Nim brings up with Nim. Lum doesn't look convinced, but your support emboldens Nim. She stands up straighter and hardens her expression. "I can't send my people into close combat," she says firmly. "We're trained for ranged defense, not melee." The governor looks at your squad mates, but none of them make a move to follow him. He curls his lip in disgust and stalks away. Your squad remains on the wall, defending them against being breached by Xenos and picking off the flying ones before they can land in the courtyard. The gates stay standing, and for an hour the attack ends as quietly as it began, with the remaining Xenos slinking back into the forest from whence they came. In the quiet following the battle, the colony comes out of hiding to gather in the courtyard, surveying the damage. Everyone looks weary, but you survived another year, and with remarkably few casualties. As the gates are secured and people begin to pick through the mass of xenobodies, you spot Dis watching from up on the walls. As he meets your eyes from the distance, you wonder how tonight's battle might have gone if you hadn't stopped him from planting that bomb. Enlightened by mastering a skill. Nice. Oh, I mastered combat. And now we're starting age 19. Even more rebellious than before. New perk. Plus one to physical increases. That would have been good to have before when, toughness wasn't the only one I had left. But that's the end of this. So, we're gonna save this one. No, don't clear, just overwrite here. Yes, overwrite the existing save game. And then go back to the main menu. And I only went the 20 minutes over because from the phone call, so. Alright. Good night, everyone.